صباح الخير. مهندس إبراهيم. مهندس إبراهيم. صباح الخير للجميع. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة، الباحثون والخبراء، الضيوف والزملاء الكرام، الحضور لمن يشاركنا عبر وسائل التواصل عن بعد، أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا. يسعدني في هذا الصباح الجميل من أيام الأردن البهية أن أرحب بكم جميعا وبضيوفنا الكرام من إيطاليا واليونان ولبنان أطيب ترحيب، فأهلا وسهلا بكم في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية. أما نحن أسرة المركز الوطني للبحوث الزراعية في الأردن، إنه ليوم مشهود أن نجتمع بكم في عاصمتنا الحبيبة عمان، وأننا نسعد لنرى البسمة على وجوهكم، وأن نرى السعادة في أعينكم، ونرى التفاؤل والألفة التي تنور محياكم والتي آنستمونا بها، وأننا نتطلع إلى مشاركتكم الفاعلة معنا في هذا اليوم في فعاليات اليوم الأخير من ورشة عمل مشروع المختبرات الحية عبر الحدود للزراعة الحرجية. والآن مع كلمة ترحيبية من عطوفة مدير عام المركز الوطني للبحوث الزراعية في الأردن الدكتور نزار حداد، يلقيها مندوبا عنه الدكتور سلام أيوب، فليتفضل.
صباح الخير للجميع. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أرحب بكم أجمل ترحيب نيابة عن عطوفة مدير عام المركز الوطني للبحوث الزراعية الدكتور نزار حداد، والذي لم يتمكن من الحضور اليوم بسبب وفاة والده رحمه الله. وأنا باسمي وباسمكم نقدم أحر التعازي لعطوفة الدكتور نزار حداد، وندعو للفقيد بالرحمة والمغفرة. هذا اليوم نتواجد هذا اليوم في ورشة عمل دعم الابتكار في مراعي الغابات، والتي تعقد بتنظيم من المركز الوطني للبحوث الزراعية وبالتعاون مع الوكالة الإقليمية للغابات لتطوير أراضي وبيئة إيطاليا فورستاس، وشركاء المشروع في كل من إيطاليا ولبنان واليونان، وذلك ضمن نشاطات مشروع المختبرات الحية عبر الحدود للزراعة الحرجية Living Agro. يوم الثلاثاء الماضي كان في عندنا الورشة الأولى، كانت تحكي عن دعم الابتكارات في نظام الزراعات المتعددة للزيتون، واليوم الورشة هي عن موضوع مراعي الغابات، دعم الابتكار في مراعي الغابات. وهذه الورشة تأتي لتسليط الضوء على التحديات التي تواجه العاملين في هذا المجال، بالإضافة إلى عرض أحدث الابتكارات والتأكيد على الحلول العالية التقنية والمشاركة في تصميمها مع أصحاب العلاقة، بغية تحقيق أقصى مستويات الربحية، الاستدامة والتنوع البيولوجي في ظل محدودية الموارد والقيود البيئية المفروضة. ومن هنا تم توجيه الدعوة لرجال الأعمال والباحثين في الشأن الزراعي والشركات الخاصة والمزارعين والمهتمين بقضايا الزراعة الحرجية، لا سيما تلك المتعلقة بأنظمة مراعي الغابات اللي هي Grazed Woodlands. ومن شأن هذه الورشة أن تتيح المجال أمام المشاركين للاطلاع على أحدث الابتكارات التكنولوجية، إرساء الأسس لعلاقات التعاون الخارجية وإيجاد شركاء أعمال جدد. في الختام أتقدم بالشكر إلى الاتحاد الأوروبي لتوفير الدعم لهذا المشروع، كما أتقدم بالشكر للوكالة الإقليمية للغابات لتطوير أراضي وبيئة إيطاليا فورستاس وشركاء المشروع على تنظيم هذه الورشة، ولجميع المتحدثين من خارج الأردن ومن داخل الأردن والمشاركين أيضا على حضوركم. شكرا لحضوركم. وأخيرا أتمنى لجميع المشاركين في كل التوفيق والنجاح وتحقيق الفائدة المرجوة بما ينعكس إيجابا على تطوير قطاع المراعي والغابات في الأردن وفي الدول المشاركة في المشروع. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا.
شكرا دكتور. تهدف الشراكة الحقيقية لتحقيق الإنجازات والنجاح، وهذا ليس بأمر غريب، وكما عهدناه واعتدنا عليه مع جميع الشركاء من داخل الأردن ومن عالمنا العربي ومن جميع دول العالم. وهنا اليوم نسطر إنجازات جديدة مع شركاء في هذا المشروع، وهم وكالة الغابات الإقليمية للأراضي والبيئة في سردينيا، المجلس الوطني للبحوث قسم البيولوجيا إيطاليا، المركز الوطني للبحوث الزراعية من الأردن، المعهد الزراعي المتوسط في اليونان خانيا، مصلحة الأبحاث العلمية الزراعية لبنان. والآن مع كلمة المدير العام للوكالة الإقليمية للغابات وتطوير الأراضي وبيئة إيطاليا تلقيها علينا الدكتورة سارة مالتوني نيابة عن الدكتور موريسو مالوسي، فلتتفضل.
Good morning. On behalf of the Director, Maurizio Mallocci, and the Extraordinary Commissioner, Giovanni Caria, so on behalf of Forestas, I give you the most warm welcome to this meeting, and I say thank you, first of all, to NARC for organizing and co-organizing this meeting with us, for hosting us in this beautiful nation, and also thank you all for being here. Your presence in good number is, for us, the best appreciation for the work we are doing. Forestas is a regional government agency that manages forests in Sardinia, which is the island at the center of the Mediterranean in Italy. We are forest managers. We manage about 220,000 hectares of land. Most of it's protected areas. 36% it's on special areas of conservation. Well, this means that we manage the most precious, prestigious forest of the region, and so we have a great, let's say, responsibility to manage appropriately these areas. We try our best to do projects concerning not only forest management, but enhancing tourism through hiking trails or horse riding tracks. We carry out projects on non-wood forest products like honey, truffles. We have cork oak woodlands that we try to manage in the best possible way, sometimes with grazing, so with agroforestry, or with pure stands. In this sense, Forestas always tries to increase its knowledge through international projects, where we learn a lot by other countries through cross-border contamination. And that's why I'm particularly pleased to participate in any Horizon, any CBC Med program. And we are very lucky to be here today. We are the lead beneficiaries of the project Living Agro, which brings together Jordan, Lebanon, Greece, and Italy. And we're very happy to have here all the representatives of these countries and to listen to them today to tell us about their stories and the challenges they face in managing these very fragile ecosystems in the Mediterranean, forest and grazed woodlands. Therefore, on behalf of Forestas again, I give you the most warm welcome and thank you for your hospitality. I hope you have a fruitful day.
شكرا للدكتورة سارة على هذه الكلمات. يهدف مشروع المختبرات الحية عبر الحدود للزراعة الحرجية لتجربة 2 من المختبرات الحية للزراعة عبر الحدود بناء على مناهج الابتكار المفتوح، وذلك لدعم التعليم والبحث والتطوير ونقل التكنولوجيا في مجال زراعة الزيتون والغابات، مما يعزز التعاون بين مراكز البحوث والمؤسسات والجامعات والمزارعين، وهذا يساهم في خلق فرص جديدة للمجتمعات المحلية لتبني أفضل الممارسات على مستوى المزرعة. والآن مع هذا العرض التقديمي عن المشروع يقدمه لنا الدكتور سلام أيوب، مديرية بحوث البستنة في المركز
Living Laboratories for Agroforestry اللي هو الاختصار Living Agro. أنا المنسق الوطني في الأردن للمشروع. اوكي، هو المشروع
technology and transfer technology for stakeholders and support education, and it was 3 years but extended 1 year additionally. So started in September 2019 and it will end in 2023 August. The project is the cooperation and from Italy, Forestas, Greece, MAICH, and NRC, and ATM Consulting, and Greece Maïch, and also from Middle East, Lebanon, and Jordan. And we have a lot of participants and stakeholders from Lebanese universities and also other CBOs, CSOs in Sardinia in Italy. Let's talk about agroforestry. Agroforestry approach and the system as a term is land use management and system in which trees or strands are grown around and also crops or pastures in order to improve the productivity and provide grazed woodlands in a very systematic way, and it is complementary in order to also plant and also have animal feeds as well. Let's talk about Living Agro Laboratories is a research concept, and Dr. Sarah will talk in details about what would we mean by living laboratories, living labs, and also general objectives. The project aiming is having 2 living labs, one regarding to technology transfer in growing and plant multi-functional olive systems and intercropping system, and also support innovations in grazed woodlands. This is the second lab, and the project is a combination of research and convey the transfer technologies through the labs to the stakeholders, which are the economic operators, SMEs, small and medium enterprises, and the decision makers and policy makers and farmers and people who are interested in this domain. The achievements, also information have been gathered in order to know their demands and needs, and also publishing a lot of like almost 12 project newsletters, and also publication of a catalog of innovation in different fields, especially in olive trees and grazed woodlands. A lot of catalogs has been published, and today here we have the innovations will be presented today. Regarding Jordan and NARC, we rehabilitated a greenhouse in order to plant some species that are needed for the project, and also a short video talking about the activities, and also the field visits paid by NARC in Jordan. In addition to that, the field trials about the intercropping with olive tree, the activities, and also the publishers, the publishing, and also the field visits in Sardinia. In Italy, a group of academics, researchers, and farmers. This is the beginning of the project in Italy, in Jordan, field visit to Ajlon in order to have a look at the innovations, especially in the irrigation. Use the barrel by using the barrels, and also the organic agriculture in Wadi Rajab in Jordan, and biodiversity, and also Royal Botanic Garden in Jarash. Roman Valley, and also the Bean Reserve. Here, olive farmers training for the evergreen ancient olive trees, and also field trials observance, and regarding to the intercropping such as legume yields, and also vetch as well with the olive trees. We cannot talk in details about the results, but there are positive results in order to provide good, improve the soil characteristics and the productivity of olive tree, and also increase the percentage of nitrogen, planting such legumes such as stockbeer and faba beans as well. We'll talk about these experiences, and also regarding to the forest ecosystem restoration. The NARC works with the private sector and other entities in order to restore it and preserve it, and also plant the yield cover crops as well. There is a forest with 20 dunums in Balka in cooperation with the national society or association in order to restore it or rehabilitate it, and plant or grow some seedlings in the forest, and also seedlings in the greenhouse in the NARC, such as oak, and also some medical herbs, and some medical herbs, and other flora, and also sorry, we have also we rehabilitate the area in the NARC, and also it will be a source for sustainability and agroforestry as well. We know the event of brokerage events in order to transfer knowledge, and a lot of similar events has been done in the targeted countries in order to increase the partnership with the stakeholders and decision makers, and publish catalogs of innovations. And also on the website we have the ICT platform for interaction, and all information will be uploaded. And we have also a forum to exchange Q&A information, and also discussion on the project on the website Living Agro Project. Thank you for your kind listening and attention. Sincere thanks and appreciation for Dr. Salam Ayub for this general description. Now we will leave the floor for the Q&A session, question and answers regarding to the presentation presented by Dr. Salam Ayub. Microphone, please. Thank you so much.
Clear presentation regarding Living Agro project. I just wonder if the society been informed enough. So you've had some contribution questions regarding your project on your platform that you have mentioned, or the platform has just yet started newly such collaboration or such relation between the project and the society. So have you had any questions came to you? What are these questions exactly? Or in this case?
Thank you, Dr. Ihab. We have the ICT platform on the website of the project, Living Agro Project. It is recently established, and we are working on it and updating all the information in English and translation to the Arabic. There is a forum to receive questions. I think till now we are in the beginning. We having some, I think, interested people for questions, I think, but it is still in the beginning, and we hope that it will be a good opportunity for interaction between researchers, experts in this field, and the people who are interested in this type of information regarding the olive, multifunctional systems, and the grazed woodlands. Okay, thank you.
أي سؤال
Any other question for Dr. Salam about his presentation? Please, the floor is yours. Do you have any questions? God bless you. As I mentioned in the first day, living labs, and again and again, cross borders living labs. This is a very important role in making us successful and achieving our objectives, and this will want to stop and highlight for the living labs and the presentation by Dr. Sarah Maltouni. She is the head of the traceability of the blockchain in foresters, and she is agricultural engineer, and she is a master holder in environment science and PhD in observance and management of ecosystems in forests, and currently she is implementing the cooperation and activities in regarding the agroforestry products in Italy. Please, the floor is yours, Dr. Sarah.
My presentation. Hello again. Thank you for your kind introduction. I will talk about the Living Agro project, and I might try to answer to the question posed to Dr. Salam, to explain our approach for the Living Lab and try to engage you in joining the Living Lab. The fact that you are here today also already shows your interest. We would like to involve you more deeply and to spread the idea about this project and what we would like to achieve. So the project has engaged into several types of activities for engaging people to join the Living Labs. Some have foreseen field visits, where we learned about the innovation needs of the farmers. So we went to the farms, as Dr. Salam has shown. We did this in all countries with about 20 field visits to learn from the farmers what their needs. Meanwhile, we were building the ICT platform, and we aim to engage these people also through this technological tool. Does this work? Okay. So the title of the project is Cross-Border Living Laboratories for Agroforestry. The cross-border dimension has been shown. It involves 4 countries, Lebanon, Greece, Jordan, and Italy. The living laboratory concept I will try to explain, and a few words about agroforestry that will be described better by Dr. Mubarak from Lari. It's a program funded by the NECBC MEDA program with a focus on supporting technology transfer and commercialization of research results. So the keyword, what is a living laboratory exactly? It is a concept that has been running in the European community for some time. Its definition is an open innovation ecosystem that operates in a well-defined territorial context. So it can be a local living lab, a national or international living lab, like in this case, with the aim to integrate the research and innovation processes within a community, an association of people, people made of public and private subjects. So with the aim of integrating, on the one hand, the research offer, on the other, the research needs to get to the final and end users of the research. The elements that characterize living labs are basically 3. They have to occur in a real-life setting, so they have to be experimented through field plots in a real-life context, in a farm. They have to be user-centered. They have to respond to the needs expressed by farmers, in this case, or industries or communities. They have to foresee a co-creation approach where the innovation is defined in combination by the users and the technology providers or the social innovation providers. So by these 3 elements, we can say that living labs are basically communities of people that collaborate, and in this case they are farmers, they are agri-food company staff, they can be local authorities, researchers, innovators, and all the stakeholders that aim to identify the common challenges and problems in agroforestry in the real world, and then to develop and share innovative solutions. Our model foresees a cross-border living lab, which foresees 4 chapters. I don't know if it's clear, it's maybe a bit tiny, but we have a Jordanian chapter, a Lebanese chapter, an Italian chapter, and a Greek chapter. And the aim through the ICT platform is to bring these communities together to interact. And it's not easy, of course. We're doing our best effort. And then, of course, there is the coordination, which the partners and the consortium all are part of. The approach that we look into the living labs follows an approach that's called leaders. As I said, it involves establishing a partnership, public-private partnership through specific agreements, enterprise agreements, research agreements, but it also foresees field trials and the deployment of an ICT infrastructure. So the ICT infrastructure is part of the bigger picture, but currently is actually the best tool that we have to try to connect virtually these people and communities that can there can be some field visits. NARC has visited Tuscany and Sardinia with us, but we can't bring all the communities to Italy. So nowadays, one way to interact is, of course, the internet, because everybody has an app, a phone. The two living labs that we are trying to build occur in two types of agroforestry systems. They're both very typical of the Mediterranean area. The first is the multifunctional olive systems, meaning olive systems that are traditional, that they offer multiple ecosystem services, not the highly intensive system for producing. So they bring in traditional cultural heritage and multiple social and economic and environmental benefits. And then the living lab of today, it's about grazed woodlands, or we say wooded pastures, or grazed woodlands. It depends on the density of trees. The idea is to combine animals with forests. In Mediterranean areas, traditionally, there have always been animals in the forest, sometimes even to decrease and manage fires. So we have to learn from these traditions, bring them back to improve our capacity to contrast fires and extreme wildfire events, to increase the presence of the communities in the woodlands, to avoid this division, forests on the one side and people outside. So my presentation is basically about just an invitation. It's not about the project Living Agro that has been illustrated. It's about an invitation for you to join the Living Labs and to spread the knowledge about the existence of this platform. Why should people join? Well, just to explore the way that agroforestry can help the farmers or the communities to support the sustainability of farming systems of the planet, discover the innovations or contribute to providing information about innovations that can help improve these products in the Mediterranean. And then access the services that this platform offers, e-learning modules, technology transfer services, training, and just be part of a community, connect with farmers that share or researchers that share your same challenges, your same researches. So this is an open invitation. Everyone involved with multifunctional olive systems or grazed woodlands is invited to enter this cross-border living laboratories. And the easiest way is probably to join the activities in each country, field trials, field visits, but also through this ICT platform. It has been released in July this year, so it's only 6 months old. And it's one of the last part of our engagement let's say tools. And you can access just by linking to this network, to this internet link, and there you will find the information that we're slowly gathering, like the catalogs of innovations regarding these two living labs, learn about the field trials that we are conducting in the different countries, access the e-learning modules that we are progressively uploading with the contribution of the Lebanese partners, and joining the resources. They can be events, they can be news, they can be contacts. You can also, as Dr. Salam said, join the forum by posing question and answers. We hope that people will be very active in this, and trying to get in contact with single experts in the different fields. So you have a choice of people in the different countries that can answer your questions, or to which you can refer for your specific problem or your specific idea. This is the website, and this is the QR code in case you don't want to type and you're more familiar with that. So we hope that you can join, spread the news, just register. This brings you to a registration page where you will be asked which living lab you want to join. And before we want to build a partnership agreement where we will sign an agreement with people a 4P agreement called Public-Private People Partnership, where several organizations, communities, associations, but even single citizens will sign to be formally part of this community and contribute to its life beyond the end of the project, so that it doesn't end within next year. With this, so I thank you for your attention, and I hope you will join the platform soon. Thank you very much.
شكرا دكتورة سارة.
Thank you, Dr. Saro. We will be moving now to a group of questions and discussions with Dr. Sarah regarding living labs. If we have any questions, any inquiries, please go ahead.
It's on. Okay. Just thanks for providing us for a clear know-how to communicate. Do you consider to translate this to other languages like Arabic, at least? Thank you.
Foreseen to be translated into 4 languages. So it's English as a baseline, but there is Italian, Greek, and Arabic, the 4 languages of the partnership and of the consortium. So we are hardly working for all the translations. I think most of the pages are done, but of course this is a never-ending effort. And we are, thanks to NARC, also our partners, we are working on the Arabic translation, the partner Mike for the Greek translation, and us, Forestas, ATM and CNR for the Italian translation. So these will be the 4 languages. And it's a challenge to try to bring people that speak different languages on the same forum, but we're learning a lot.
دكتور خالد تفضل.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah, for your interesting presentation and for the invitation as well. My concern here, as we are talking about the ecosystem of Jordan, in which is considered the southernmost distribution of many of the forest elements of the Mediterranean basin, and in many cases and in many sites is really fragile habitat because of the mainly because of the aridity that is threatening the whole ecosystem of Jordan. Talking about I know that the grazing of the woodland is being practiced since over the millennia in the whole Mediterranean and as well in Jordan, but promoting this in let's say in a more intensive way, or kind of non-studied way, the projections of what will be happening to the floral elements, the understory species, and the enrichment, the natural enrichment of the soil seed bank with the seeds that are normally shed. This is a major concern of ours. I think this should be touched or approached with carefully, especially in the fragile ecosystems like in Jordan, and where we lack many issues like the aridity, the urbanization, and lots of threats that we share also with the other countries. But Jordan has a southernmost part and facing lots of aridity and kind of far from the Mediterranean basin, and there are lots of and the ecosystem, the forest ecosystem, forms no more than, if we are optimistic, it's 1% of the total area of Jordan, which is less. I think it's less. But if we have an optimistic overview, we would say 1%. So do you think, don't you think that there is, and crucial to have, ahead of promoting this issue, studies to precede such a promotion and making use of the forest ecosystems for grazing? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. It's quite a complex situation. I completely share your concerns. In Sardinia, where I come from, we have several areas where there is overgrazing, and it is a problem. And for decades, my agency, the forest agency, has said, no, you won't graze here anymore because the ecosystem is fragile. And it has proved successful in terms of rebuilding the community where there was overgrazing. What is happening now in most forests is that the shrub encroachment and the level of biomass accumulation has become a hazard for fires, wildfires. And now we're having extreme wildfire events of vast proportions of areas because the traditional practice of grazing has been abandoned and it's not economically viable anymore. So grazing in woodlands, it's a big challenge because it's a constant balance and it's a very dynamic and insecure balance. Overgrazing on the one hand, undergrazing on the other. In Sardinia, for example, we are constantly looking for this balance. We cannot not graze because the biomass accumulates and we have risks of wildfire. We cannot overgraze because we would deplete the flora of the valuable flora of these very pristine sometimes environments. Each country has its own peculiarities. Jordan is not Sardinia, is not Lebanon, is not Greece. So we are learning through our Jordanian partners of how delicate these ecosystems are, and the NARC's field trials are devoted, and maybe Dr. Salam can answer these questions, at collecting the flora for forest restoration, increasing the... So we are not pushing for grazing, but also consider that grazed woodlands are also grazed by, I think, natural occurring animals, wild animals. So we have to also consider this in terms of the ecosystems. We cannot, I think, prevent maybe wild animals to graze. Maybe I will learn from you if this is the situation or not. But we certainly wouldn't push for grazing in extremely fragile, arid ecosystems. I think the scientific community would agree on this. But these are systems that exist in the Mediterranean. They are typical, they are traditional, and they have an extreme value in terms of helping us to preserve them from wildfires or from abandonment and encroachment that finally destroys them.
Yeah, thank you very
There are
much
many professors
for your
here
answer.
that can
Now,
also support.
only a little comment about this.
ثانك يو دكتور. تسمح لنا
Sorry.
احنا نأسف على المقاطعة، ولكن الوقت في إدراج المحاضرة.
In time, we apologize for cutting you off, but please, if you may note your inquiry, and we'll keep it for clarification for a discussion later on the round table. At the end of the workshop, we'll have a round table, and please note down any questions for Dr. Sarah's lecture, and if you can provide these questions to be asked on the round table.
تعتبر الزراعة الحدية العامل الرئيسي في الحفاظ
This grazing is considered a very important role in creating the eco-balance and acquiring eco-balance in the world, and its sustainability and taking care of the system is a very important and crucial matter. And now we'll have a lecture with the topic of general an overview of agroforestry in Mediterranean countries given to us by Dr. Peter Mbarak from Lebanese Agriculture Research Center, Lari in Lebanon. He has a doctorate in plant diets and has a lot of research in improving agriculture in general and grazed woodlands, and he's the focal point for Lebanon. Please go ahead. Good morning, everybody. And today, I would also like to say again that I'm very happy to be in Jordan. This is my first time here in Jordan, and we hope that there will be more cooperation in the future, whether it was through Living Agro or even through other projects. I am the head of the Living Agro project in Lebanon, and we're now here from different countries. Not for nothing. We have colleagues from Italy, from Greece, and from Lebanon, and from Jordan, and I don't know if there are any other countries as well. We are here for serious work, and this project with its topic, it's that says across borders, because in the end we're all present on the in the Mediterranean. And the Mediterranean countries. So if we're going to talk about the problems, our problems are one, and our problems are one. Yes, they're united. So there is a necessity for us to work hand in hand to reach a point where we will acquire or achieve the proper solutions. We can even steal ideas, if I may say, and learn from experiences, other experiences in certain countries that we could learn from these experiences, and this will provide us, this will save us time and money, because when a certain experience and certain ideas are being tried in a certain country and we are able to apply it in our countries, we will save time and improve our countries without having extra cost. What I'm going to talk to you about for my lecture, that will be, I will do it briefly, maybe the term of agroforestry. It might be a new term for some people. Simply speaking, if we want to give the topic of agroforestry, is when we are collecting between trees and woody vegetations or shrubs even. And when we're talking about shrubs here, it's either with crops or woody vegetarian trees, or normal agriculture that we know it, or vegetables, for example. So it's very wide, and we can even add to it that we are sharing the system with the animals, and so if you only look at this subject or topic, we can see how agroforestry can be very wide, and we can see in these pictures from Lebanon and from Greece. So when the term of agroforestry, it may be a little bit new. Maybe you didn't hear a lot about it before, the term agroforestry, but I'm calling it as like a description that we found. We found a description, a certain description for a reality that's been present for thousands of years in the Mediterranean Sea area. Mediterranean countries. Maybe sometimes we forgot it, or we went to solo agriculture, for example, because it's more productive. But now we have a need to go back to the old systems that have been viable for thousands of years, and we should go back to a certain place to see where it would be feasible and possible for us to use in our modern days. And we're here now to exchange ideas, exchange experiences, and nothing is holy, nothing is absolute, and we have to understand that not everything works in all areas and all regions. So a certain experiment that works in Italy, it's not necessary for it to work in Lebanon or in Jordan. So it's important for us to know where we must use it, and when, for example, when we're talking about grazed lands and animals, we don't know really the numbers of animals and when they have to be present and what types of animals have to be in the system. So of course, agroforestry could be a very delicate matter, and if we use it wrongly, and it could create a problem instead of being the solution, a solution for certain systems. So that's why maybe some of the innovations that we will talk about today and the future workshops in Jordan in the next year, maybe some people would say, or somebody could say that this system could not work for me, or it's not viable for me. That's not a problem, because not everything works everywhere. So now it's important for us to see what's important for our land, for our gardens, for our grazed lands, and based on it we will decide which system is going to be the most feasible. Here we have I have put pictures for traditional methods or ways that have been used in the system that today we call it grazed systems, and like crop or almond or fig or samyak, we can see them all together. And even when talking about chestnut, and even to the production of woods, because now today who says that we are not allowed to go into forests and we are not able to use the wood in those forests, and as we can also cut wood, but it also all has to be done in certain timing and in certain studies, and to remove the biomass within it in a limited way and a studied way to make it viable. These are also pictures from Lebanon. We have where we have acre and oak trees, and all of these trees are viable for a certain area. So maybe in Jordan there would be different types of trees that we could use, and as well as the herbs that could be used, whether they were herbs that have a lot of ages, for example, like lavender or like olives or other plants, types of plants. We have a lot of successful experiences about this. And also when we're talking about barley and veg, for example, and also and grains, and also other methods increase the productivity of farms. What I'm talking about is a little bit inclusive. I'm not talking only about agroforestry. I'm talking about agroforestry in general in a wide aspect. And here we can see in the picture above in Turkey, and some of these pictures in Lebanon, some in Europe, and also from the animals that traditionally were used or were present in our in agroforestry. We have goats, for example, sheep, and we have a lot of experiences with geese and chicken, with olive trees, for example, because they can take part, they can participate in reducing the harmful herbs in gardens, and they can reduce the number of certain worms for the olive trees, for example. And all of this we can talk about it in detail. We can review it in detail, but we have a lot of experiences, successful experiences for this matter. And maybe if I can talk a little about the benefits of agroforestry quickly, we are thinking directly as farmers or as people who are stakeholders with forests and grasslands. We should think about sustainability, but we also have to think about an income, profit income. So if we are herders or we are farmers, in the end, for us, it's important to have income, profitable income for a good living. And agroforestry is able to do this role through reducing the costs in a lot of areas, for example, and also fighting diseases, or instead of having only one type of crop, we will have more than one type of crop that we are producing, and we would have producing of animals as well, and animal production and crop production. And maybe we can think outside of the box and go out of the mono agriculture, that I only have olive trees, for example. No, it's possible to have other types. And here I assure again that if it's feasible for the area that I'm living in, or the farm, my farm. So we all know today that maybe I'm specialized in the protection of plants. Maybe one of the most questions that are asked by forest engineer or agricultural engineering are for pests. And now we use chemicals and chemicals from the strongest chemicals, and we're still not solving this problem. And we always forget that the ecosystem can solve this problem and heal itself on its own. So agroforestry is very important for acquiring the balance in nature, and this reduces the cost of production through reducing the some of the problems, or whether they were pests or insects or diseases. And also something important in our areas, maybe more than our European European colleagues and the Mediterranean area, we have a problem with water, and we have a problem with refilling the groundwater that we have, and we have to feed that water. And it shouldn't just only have water; it should have proper water that's enabled to use. So in Lebanon, we have a lot of problems with the pollution of water in Lebanon because we are consuming it in large areas and certain areas, and in other areas we have polluted it with chemicals, and in other areas because we used it so much, so seawater got inside. And when we're talking about agroforestry, it will allow the different layers of trees, it will allow the ground and the soil to absorb the water in a natural way and in a good way. And as well as, just like I said before, when we are fighting diseases and some insects and pests, for example, we talked about, or we spoke about chicken. For example, when you're talking about broccoli, it reduces the effects of, it reduces the verticillium in the olive gardens. And today, in a lot of areas, when farmers like a lot to farm in areas or places that are not watered properly sometimes. So the picture that you see on the left, it's very natural to see or normal to see, especially in such days when we are farming the land and it's clean and we're happy with it and it's really good. But also when we have other areas where there is heavy rain, we could see that picture on the left, and we will see that the soil is losing a lot of its properties, and it will also when we are planting certain crops, it will have a very high percentage of nitrogen in the soil, and it could be enough to be more than 100 kilogram of nitrogen in hectares, and this will also lower the cost for us. And also another important point for us that it allows to keep carbon within the system, and that using that we will reduce the CO2 in the atmosphere. So we are participating in reducing the effects of climate change. As well as when we're talking about animals, maybe a lot of you raise animals, and this is the pictures that we show in the West Qa in Lebanon. One of the animals is looking for a tree for shade, and this helps in the reduction of power usage by the animal. So this power that's been used by the animal to reduce heat in a certain area, the animal will be more comfortable, and it will produce better production, whether it was milk or meat, as well as that these grazed lands will be a source of crops and source of feeding for the animals. And this picture is also in Lebanon. We can see that there's a garden of olive oils, and we see that there is a lot of harmony between olive trees and oak trees and willow trees, and the farmer decided to not change the soil type here or dig within it. So and he left the rocks wherever it is, and he left wherever there was an area of soil, he planted the trees there, and he planted olive trees there. And when he planted the trees there, we saw that it was very much better than other olive gardens that cost us a lot of money to begin with it or working with it. And this is a very normal example where we put the olive tree in its natural habitat without interfering a lot in its life cycle. And I would like to finish with this picture, this very pretty picture from olives in South Lebanon, from the olive trees that it's said that Jesus Christ was rested underneath the shades of these olive trees back then. Thank you a lot. Thank you, Doctor, for this lecture. Any questions for the lecture of Dr. Peter? Maybe we should go back to the table in the back. Good morning, everybody. I am Dr. Ahmed Shdari from Irbid government in the north of Jordan. When I came from my beloved town Al Qura, I went through the forests of Birgish. It's the most beautiful forests in Jordan. We have around 20,000 dunums of forests that we inherited from our parents and grandparents. The biggest problem that faces forests in Jordan are the amounts of waste, solid waste that can't be even counted, that cover the entire areas of forests and pollute the forests and nature surfaces. And the forests that are very pretty, sadly, we don't have anything related with sustained environmental tourism. Also, we only dump the waste and it's not treated properly. I know that the government have a lot of procedures and a lot of institutions, and the Ministry of Tourism also works on this matter. But honestly, the biggest threat currently in the forests is solid waste. It's including plastic and other pollutions, other polluters that create a lot of problems of natural rooting of new trees, of new crops. So, and thank you. Yes, thank you for your point. For me, I call this, I consider it a very sad matter. So today, when I see a scene like this, I get very angry. I honestly mean it, I get very angry because sadly, a lot of our communities are very selfish, sadly. And today, when I'm throwing away my waste, I'm being very selfish because I'm taking something from the future generations, and they are not rightfully mine. So the people who have given it to me are either my God or my country, and but honestly, it's not mine. It's for me and for the future generations. And God willing, and that in the future, each one of us will take a part with either with the people around us or our own children in the future, where we will create and raise awareness, common awareness, to solve this problem. Thank you, Doctor, for the answer. Any other inquiries?
Question is an addition, maybe. I'm very much with such an initiative and promoting always the mixed agriculture, whether you name it permaculture or agroforestry or whatever. I would like here to say that in addition to the high beneficial effects for the environment, it affects also the production of the commodity you are planting itself by making niches for the pollinators, the wild pollinators that are absent in the monocultures. And this is something that is being worked on the global level. And you would be astonished with the figures, the difference in the figures, the numbers of that describes the yield between those that are using the monoculture that leaves no place for the natural wild pollinators in comparison to the agriculture that leaves these niches and makes use of such pollinators that are available for free. The other thing that I wanted to ask you about بالعربي يعني المرتس انتم بتسموه ريحان؟ القاس احنا بنسميه.
You call it the Mertes communist, correct? And we also call it Hemlas. It depends on the area in Lebanon. I apologize. Thank you, Dr. Khalid. And one of the goals today is that I was very pleasure to meet you and your colleagues, and we would base a foundation for cooperation, and we will learn from the experiences and the knowledge of the people present here taking part. Thank you. Now the question, if it's possible for you to write it on a paper and it will be answered in the round table, please, because we don't have enough time currently.
لا تختصر العمليات الحربية الزراعية.
Agriculture services are, for example, fighting pests only from insects and from pests, only on farms and vegetable farms alone, but also it has great importance for agroforestry and agroforestry as well, and grazed woodlands. And now we will have a lecture for thinning and pruning trees and silvopastoral systems, given to us by Professor Anastasia Pantera, who is an agriculture in the agriculture of University of Athens, who is a professor. She acquired a professorship in the systems of grazed woodlands from the University of Aristo in Greece. She has more than 130 published articles in scientific magazines. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the invitation. I would like to congratulate the local organizers for this excellent meeting and also for giving us the opportunity to meet you and and be introduced to the Jordan natural environment and management practices. And I would also like to congratulate the project collaborators and partners, because I have to mention that from what it was said before, that I know that the COVID lockdown and situation was really a bad time for all the projects that involved natural management and natural experimentation, such as this one. But yet, all the partners of the project, they managed to do quite well and overcome the problems, and to be here today and talking about innovations in agroforestry. So my name is Anastasia Pantera. I'm a professor at the Forestry Department of Forestry, Natural Environment Management of the Agricultural University of Athens. I work on silvopastoral systems, and I could mostly actually characterize my presentation today as a silvopastoralism presentation with emphasis on innovations that we have worked concerning silvopastoral management. And I should also mention that for all the experiments that are going to be presented today, it was not just me; it was a group of people that they have worked, and they are mentioned here. So, concerning the definition of agroforestry, I think Peter Salam was excellent, did an excellent job of explaining in simple words what is agroforestry. Just for the record, I just want to say that agroforestry, more or less, it's a mixture of practices. It's not monoculture, it's not forestry, it's agroforestry. It's a mixture of both, and grazing. And the goal is actually to take the advantage of each one of them. And the importance is that you always have the woody component. So if you want to characterize such as agroforestry, you definitely have to have the woody component. But I will go further on that after Dr. Peter's presentation, and just shortly introduce you to the types of agroforestry we have. So there are many ways to classify the agroforestry. One is based on its components, which is the most actually popular way of characterizing agroforestry systems. They also are characterized in space, if it's mixed or it's mixed sparse or strip in boundary, in time, in the primary land use, and the functioning, actually, Costa Rica is providing on anything, the agroecological zone, of course, and also some socioeconomic aspects, meaning the input level of the energy that you have to put in the agroforestry system and get the production, and of course the cost-benefit analysis, etc. But the most used, most popular way of characterizing agroforestry system is this one. We have the silvo-arable agroforestry, which means the woody component and agriculture. The forest farming, which is grazing actually in forests. the riparian buffer strips, the improved fallow, and silvopatcher, which is one of the also second more popular type of agroforestry, which, as it says, it's the woody component and the animals. So the important thing about agroforestry is that you take a best advantage of everything. So here is a forest ecosystem, and so you can see the wood, the roots underneath, they are taking advantage of this zone, whereas in the agroforestry you take most on spatial spaces, you get more advantage of it. And another issue and another term that we use in agroforestry is LER, L-E-R, land equivalent ratio, meaning what? If you have a piece of land that you use for monoculture, let's say here just for crops and here for trees, if you use both of them in the same piece of land like here, so you need less actually space to take a higher productivity from this land. So as you understood, there are different type of silvopastoral systems. And here is a picture of a typical oak silvopastoral system in Greece. So here you have the oak trees. An important thing about a place, a system to be characterized as silvopastoral is to have space between the trees, because that means that there is actually light coming down, and light that would be important for the production of understory vegetation that will be used as feed for the animals, for the grazing animals. So this is actually the main difference between the silvopastoral and the grazing forest types. Here is another picture from the island of Kea is in the Aegean Sea. And so here you can see these scattered trees and the terraces. So in this case, this area here is being used for grazing. They have also their a local breed, a cow local breed. So the farmers here, they use this piece of land for their agricultural production, including the oak, the Wallonia oak trees here. And here they use it also for their dairy products and for their family use or for production for play. So at least this is a picture from Greece. So in silvopastoral systems are in everywhere. It could be in plains, hills, and semi-mountain public areas. I should comment the fact that nowadays they have been confined mostly to the less productive locations, because all the productive locations are being used by agriculture. So this is why here it's mostly used in plains and hills and semi-mountainous. In agroforestry system, in silvopastoral systems, we usually have three vegetation layers. The one is the grass, the one is the shrubs, and the other one are the trees. So all these layers are important, because if you need to have a production for your animals to feed, you definitely have to have this space and the lay. And I will comment actually later on that too, because this is the contribution also of agroforestry, and this is the contribution of the grazing animals. Because if you don't have grazing animals here, that means in time this vegetation society will proceed, and at the end this will be just a dense forest. And we have done some research about the diversity of the area. So this is the diverse area, and so it's also contributing to the general diversity. So here's another picture from silvopastoral system in Greece. So you see it has been grazed. There's a lot of vegetation. And they are very generous, the system, to the farmer, because it provides the acorns that are being used also for flour and acorn and spaghetti and everything. But also there's a lot of production from the animals, which is meat and milk and other dairy products. And here actually you can see, at least for Greece, we have these big acorns. They're that big. And they have been used since anciently for people and for animals grazing. So as Peter said, the trees provide shading and protection to the animals from high temperatures during the summer. And so here, well, in Greece, I should mention that thinning and pruning has been a traditional practice. That we have come, and it has been going on forever, for hundreds and years. And the way it has been used was actually the farmers would use the leaves and everything to feed their animals, and they would also use the branches as for firewood, but also for their fences and everything. So I think that these traditional farmers were the best actually scientists, because they knew exactly what and how to do it. In time, this has been prohibited. Has been prohibited for the protection of the trees. But now we come back and we are asking ourselves whether this is for the good of the trees or not, because we came out. This is actually observation. This is not a scientific result. We just realized that maybe all this protection was at the end not so good for the tree itself. So this is this is a scientific question for us. We are starting to work on it, and of course we will let you know. And when we have something to present, that would be, as again I emphasize the fact, on scientific basis. So as I said, in Greece it was quite popular. People were just cutting and pruning and thinning their trees. We would call it charisma, and just shredding and pollarding. And so it has been widely used from the farmers in various areas of Greece. Here you can see actually one Valonia oak tree, and they have been, what they're actually doing here, people, they're just collecting the acorns. And these acorns, the fruit is actually used for as feed for the animals, but also for the production of flour. And the cup is being exported for leather tanning abroad in Germany. So again, this is another picture of a very beautiful silvopastoral system that is actually agri-silvopastoral, meaning what? It has been used also for the production of agricultural products, and at the end of the growing season, animals are being introduced to clear the land. And another picture here. And so we come to the previous scientific question: should we be actually protecting? Should we be thinning and pruning, or just protecting everything? So, as Dr. Sarah mentioned before, if you ask me, the major problem and the major threat of the silvopastoral systems or the grazed woods today is shrub encroachment. So here you can see from another spot of our silvopastoral systems in Greece, of the Valonia oak silvopastoral systems in Greece, you see what happened within time. Means what? All this understory vegetation grew. So this is the animals cannot get in actually, and it's quite certain that, taking into account that in Greece we have major problems with forest fires. So if a forest fire starts, I think the destruction will be major and total. And so, talking about biodiversity, again, we come up to the point that maybe this too much protection is not so well at the end, and we should be protected. Of course, another problem, as I said at the beginning of my speech, was that in Greece we have this, wherever there is fertile land, the silvopastoral system setting is being used and transformed to agricultural setting, mostly by olive trees. So this is another picture of the dangers we face today with shrub encroachment, and this is an area that is not actually feasible for the animals now to graze and be introduced. So concerning our innovations on silvopastoral systems, what we have done was that we have used a mixture of seeds of annual crops for feed, actually, and the same, I think, a similar actual experiment has been conducted also in Italy. So this area was actually more or less, it was covered by shrubs. It was totally changed to a forest setting rather than agroforestry setting. So under the framework of a project we had, we asked the farmer to reintroduce or redo whatever he was doing traditionally. And what he was doing actually was, you can see here the trees, and these terraces has been used since ever in his family for the production of annual crops that have been used to feed his animals. So we have used this mixture of seeds for this actual setting, and the major. So here you can see after he has collected his crop, and so we found that actually the shading of the trees was not so detrimental to the annual crops. And the bottom line, if you ask me, is that the farmer was very happy, and he said he felt happy because he did something that his father was doing and his grandfather. And there has been since then about 4 years, and he's still practicing. And this is also a way to go further, because farmers will not do something because we just tell them to do. Some farmers will do it because if they see his neighbor is doing it and he's taking money out of it and he's happy, and this is actually a way of introducing things. So as I said, our major question, one of our major question is how do we actually test and convince the government, because in Greece now it's forbidden actually to prune and thin in most of the cases, unless it's private, of course. So we are really we are actually making some small experiments where we're trying to see exactly the vitality of the tree after being thinned and pruned, because as many of you know, I mean, pruning it's an effect on the tree, so we don't know how it's going to react or not. So anyway, our first trials, I emphasize that they are trials and not scientific experiments. Our first trials are positive, so we'll do more of it in the future. Now, another innovation that we are doing right now concerning the Living Agro project is actually that we have permanent experimental plots in the forest, and there we do a lot of experiments, and this is where we use it. So another experiment we did, an innovation actually that is tested under the Living Agro project, is that we have used in these trials, we have actually tried to use some cover cloths to see how we can actually promote the establishment of trees in open areas that they're being grazed. So, of course, you see here, you can see the differences, and also after a year, or actually 1.5 years of experiments, we have realized that, of course, this type of protection is positive, depending, of course, on the location. I mean, it was not positive under the shade of the tree because you don't need that, but it was quite positive in the open where there was high temperatures and everything. So anyway, there's a lot of information if one wants to take some, and it's under the Ag Forward project. We have a lot of innovations there, so there's a lot of reading if someone wants to do. Of course, the Living Agro project will also provide, and it's currently providing a lot of information as well. In the innovation leaflets, we have tried several experiments that exactly involved silvopastoral systems problems in many actually different countries. And also, of course, we have come up to some conclusion concerning the shaping of the trees, and also this protecting large old trees in wood pastures. And we definitely emphasize the fact that we are talking about wood pastures. And also in the UF is the European Agroforestry Association. We also have there a lot of information if one wants to find. And also in the AFINET project, it was a EU project, we also have there a lot of information. And as for grazing could be also involved chicken grazing, like for example, in olive trees. This is considered silvopastoral systems. And so I did a small literature review about Jordan. I mean, what's the situation? So I did saw what you have mentioned today. Of course, there's a lot of problems. And I saw this nice picture. So you do have grazing in some forests. And of course, these here indication that the soil is quite sensitive and fragile. So yeah, definitely there's a lot of things to be done. And also here I did also a small research of what's the allocation that can be done. So I saw that there are some beautiful forests over here as well. And okay, so to answer your previous questions on behalf of the previous, if I may, yes, there's no one answer for all, really. I mean, I cannot tell you, do grazing, it's a great thing to do. I will tell you, no, it depends, because it's, I mean, we have similar problems in Greece. We have overgrazing and we have no grazing. So this is what's management for. So thank you very much.
Thank you. هذا ست. شكرا للدكتور.
Thank you, Dr. Anastasia. And yes, we need more time than the one it is allocated regarding to the questions for Anastasia. We will be discussed on the round table because of for the lack of time. The full integration through organizing the intercropping plays a critical role in improving the growing and the planting regarding to the weeds and branches. And Grazed Dr. Paolo Ruggero from Salisi. Paolo Ruggero, he's a professor in agriculture study and the head of the agricultural science in University of Sassari, 35 years of experience or more in the academia and the joint research in sustainability and the ecosystems and silvopastoral. Please, Dr. Pier Paolo Ruggero, University of Sassari.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation for this living lab. Can I have my presentation, please? I will try to be as brief as possible to leave space to the questions. The premise is that the Mediterranean environment is a mosaic of very different situations in terms of environment, of nature, and socioeconomic situations. So, as just said, there is not one fits-for-all solutions. But what I will try to present today, which is something... Can I have the presentation, please? Yeah. It is just the start of a new experience in the context of the Salam Med project, which is a project funded by the Prima Foundation. I will talk about two technologies based on microbes that can be beneficial for both harsh environment, like arid and saline environment, but also for northern Europe, northern Mediterranean environments. Trichoderma is a fungi, is a microbe that is very well known in science and whose use in sustainable agriculture is still underestimated. Trichoderma generates several complex relationships between the roots of the rhizosphere of the plant, the fungi, other pathogenic fungi, and this means that this fungi, which is a beneficial fungi for the plant, able to improve the plant productivity and to be an enemy for pathogenic fungi, can be used as a biofertilizer for improving crop production, both because of the reduction of the pathogenic activity of other fungi and the production of biostimulants, chemicals that allow plants to be more productive. There are several commercial products based on this fungi, this Trichoderma. There is an Italian industry, Isagro, which is producing these formulates since 2019. I invite you to consider this possibility also from other companies, not just as an application of a technology which is already in place, but also as an opportunity to generate new business also in local communities, particularly when we are talking about young people and women, because this kind of products can be effective in several situations. For instance, in this case, in saline soil to improve the root growth of Lolium species, or underwater stress conditions, in this case applied to a cereal, and also in other critical polluted soils. So this kind of technology can be important also for forage crops, in agroforestry systems, for instance, and it's beneficial also for wood crops. You can see here the effect of adding Trichoderma to a tomato plant. On the left you see healthy roots, in the middle you see roots that are affected by a pathogenic fungi, and on the right the pathogenic fungi plus Trichoderma has renewed the root system. You can see here how other for instance, in Cuba and in Kenya, they have developed small laboratories for the reproduction of this microbe, and it can also be collected locally. In this case, this is a sampling scheme on how to collect the local strains of this species that can be selected for effectiveness and then used. This is the procedure of genetic characterization of the different strains of this microbe that can be then evaluated for their effectiveness. The equipment needed to do this job is very small. I mean, it's just 22,000 euros equipment, so a small enterprise can develop this technology, which can be applied in several situations. Another important technology that everyone knows is about rhizobia, the symbiosis between legumes and rhizobia. Again, in this case, I think there is a lot to do in the implementation, in the spreading of this innovation. The innovation It's not just the technology, because as I said, it's a very well-known process in science, but it's little used. For instance, little known that while farmers are aware of the importance of choosing the right crop variety, very few of them are aware that they have also to choose the right strain of rhizobia to get an improved protein production in pastures, for instance. There are several evidences in the literature about the effectiveness of different strains of rhizobia in different species, in Medicago, in Sulla, also species that are very well adapted to the situations of Jordan or Northern African Mediterranean countries. So not just choosing the right species, but also choosing the right strain of rhizobia is important. I don't want to go into details about the scientific evidence of the importance of choosing the right strain. I would like to conclude my presentation. It was just a couple of sketches, saying that through this SalamMed project, we are developing another 6 living labs, 3 in the northern of Africa, in Egypt, Tunisia and Morocco, and 3 in southern Europe, in Spain, Sardinia and Greece, together with 15 partners of 8 Mediterranean countries. You see here the different situations. We started from the hypothesis that as I said at the beginning, there is not one fits-for-all solution. What I showed you, the rhizobia and the trichoderma, they have to be contextualized, these kind of technologies, in the different situations, because in some cases they can be useful for salinity, in other cases for drought, in other cases for pasture improvement. Our project is based on 4 pillars: the living lab, the co-researching, the business opportunities, and the dissemination and scaling out. And for me, this is a scaling out event. As you see from this simple scheme, the innovation is coming from the interaction between researchers, stakeholders, in a social learning spaces where we test these different technologies in the different living labs with the people and not for the people, and with the stakeholders and not for the stakeholders, so that they can appreciate the effectiveness of the new technology. So that's the invitation is to engage this process. The different situation, and then I conclude, are in Matrouk in Egypt, where there is a water harvesting situation in which we are testing these technologies for several crops, from tree crops to horticultural crops. In Tunisia, where we are using this managed aquifer recharge technology for for storing water in the ground. And in Morocco, in the Argam forest of Morocco, where we use subsurface water retention technologies based on biodegradable plastic films. In southern Europe, we are working in Messina in Greece with olive trees, in Valencia on forestry systems, and in Sardinia on agroforestry system and silvopastoral system, where we combine the microbial inoculants with different grazing tools like GPS, virtual fencing. So, as I said, the scaling out of this kind of innovation is a fundamental process. I hope that the relationship between SalamMed and Living Agro will generate new opportunities for both in developing new innovation for the Mediterranean, for our Mediterranean basin. We have to remember that behind beautiful landscapes and behind the profitable crops, there are always important microorganisms that we don't see, but they are there. providing a lot of ecosystem services for farmers and for the society. This is my web site and email address. Thank you for your attention. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. شكرا للدكتور. والآن ننتقل
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Pierre. Now the Q&A. Microphone, please.
Fruitful presentation. My question is regarding trichoderma as beneficial microcrops. As you know, we are in arid and semi-arid regions suffering from water stress, salinity, and pollution. To what extent do you think we can use such microbes to mitigate such problems, especially?
Yes. Yes, thank you for your question. Actually, there is a lot of scientific evidence that the use of trichoderma for inoculating soils that are grown with different crops. Each crop may have a different species or strain of trichoderma which is effective. There is evidence both in saline soils, water-stressed soils, and also polluted soils, as you saw from the alkaline soil. So I think there is a lot of potential. At the moment, this potential is really unexploited. There is a lot of scientific literature, but there is a very little example of spreading this innovation. So at the moment, probably the cost for this is relatively high, but I think that, as I said, there is the possibility for, particularly for research institutes like NARC, or I know that people in Jordan is working on trichoderma, to develop spin-off and new enterprises with young people able to reproduce these different strains. There are a lot of collections. We have also one in our university of different strains that can be tested for different solutions. So there is a potential. As I said, the enterprise that I showed in Italy started in 2019, so only 3 years ago. So we are just starting for spreading this kind of innovation. And you can consider this not just for improving the resilience to harsh environments, but also to replace agrochemicals to combat plant diseases and also plant insects, because this trichoderma generates antagonism to plant diseases. So there is really a lot of potential. I see a lot of potential, particularly for your kind of environments.
Thank you for this magnificent lecture about trichoderma. We did in Jordan, in fact, work in trichoderma 20 years ago, where the professor is coming from Iraq and he worked on the date palm trees. Well, the problem which we are facing with trichoderma, how to use it, there is not much knowledge for people how and when they can use the trichoderma. Trichoderma is a living biological system. For that, I think that it is a dry material. Without there is microbiological life in your soil, trichoderma don't work. because there is a behave for the farmer. They use chemical for their crops. They kill the trichoderma and the others. We discovered 20 years ago that our knowledge about the microbiological life is very short. For that reason, the studies which I can advise for the trichoderma and the others for the microbiological life, it have to be done under I think the permaculture science, because we did permaculture science in the microbiological life and the carbon farming system. This is how we can manage, and we did succeed on that. Thank you for this information. It was really wonderful.
Thank you. Just a few words. Yeah, I completely agree with you. You cannot apply this kind of biological technologies to chemical agriculture. You have to replace chemicals with knowledge. But we have to, if we think about the future and how the awareness of the importance of organic farming and also in general agroecology is increasing a lot in the society, where people is more and more aware of the importance of healthy soils. Just to mention here that the European Union has just funded an important soil health mission for several hundreds of millions of euros. Actually the same commitment that was devoted to cancer. So you can imagine how the awareness of the importance of healthy soil is increasing in society. So I think that's the direction. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Khalid.
Thank you very much. I would like to check or to inquire if such microorganism, whether the trichoderma or the rhizobas or the rhizobia, the use of such microorganisms in the forest ecosystem or the agroforestry, wouldn't there be any fears of competing the already established microorganisms that are taking place and living and evolved all over the time in the forest ecosystems? I'm aware how important the use of such microorganisms in the agricultural context, but it is a already disturbed habitat. But in the integrated ecosystem, such as the agroforestry.
Thank you for this very good question. That's always the problem with using microorganisms in well-established ecosystems, and there is this issue. Actually, this is one of the research questions of our project in agroforestry systems. However, we are facing recently very heavy issues about the Phytophthora disease in oaks and also in olive trees, oleaster. Very heavy situation, and we are trying to address this kind of issues through trichoderma, also because I don't see many other alternatives on how to address, because we cannot think of treating chemically oaks or olives. So that's what we are testing.
Dilemma whether to use it or not. This is debatable still.
Yeah, it's still debatable. Yes, I agree with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا للجميع.
Okay, just one addition.
إذا ممكن
one addition.
لا لو سمحتي لنا دكتورة، مشان موضوع الوقت ممكن الاستفسارات والأسئلة نجعلها في فترة.
If you allow me, for the sake of the time, the questions will be in the round table during the round table, because to just control the time. شكرا جزيلا, and I'm really very sorry for that. So we will postpone the questions for the Q&A. Coffee break, and good luck, guys.
الله يعطيكم العافية.
God bless you all. God bless you all. Dr. Peter. We will continue our program for the scientific day in this event where we are very happy to meet you and get to know you. And again, I welcome you. I welcome all our guests and our guests in Jordan as well, from Lebanon and Italy and Greece, and welcome, a very warm welcome to all of you. Good evening, everybody. We will continue the program for today together. The management of grazed lands and forests is a very important matter, and to manage them properly, we need the presence of strategic plans coming out from policies, guiding policies for its management. And currently, with this lecture called for the policy guidelines for agroforestry in MPC, presented to us by Dr. Claudia. Dr. Claudia, she is a researcher for what's beyond doctorate in the National Board for Research in Italy. She has her doctorate in the area of environment and forests, and she has a lot of participations and researches and scientific researches in systems for grazed lands and also in olive trees gardens, and she has her own personal farm. And I will stop here for how important and critical this matter in the role of empowering women and increasing the role of women, and especially women and especially women in agriculture, which we are very proud of. And allow me from here to talk very briefly from my own perspective and my own opinion. And thank God we were raised in these areas, and we reached scientific levels because of our woman that practiced farming, and she was a female farmer and within a very modest management. And of course, our doctor today, she will present to us a great matter and a great innovative means and regarding of policies and management and improving agriculture on the level of farms, because she's working on her own sector and producing honey and cheese and olive oil, virgin olive oil, excellent virgin olive oil. Please go ahead, Dr. Claudia.
Good morning. Thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here. Yes, it's true. I'm a farmer, so I'm here to show you the topic that is most interesting for farmers: money and policies. To get money to improve, to implement sustainable agriculture. So I have to be fast. So I'm here to give you an overview about the route that Europe did on agroforestry policies. We started many years ago, but I want to start my presentation from the last point. You know what agroforestry is, because many of the speakers already told you, and also they told you that agroforestry can fully respond to the need to implement multifunctional agriculture and sustainable agriculture. And the policies can develop the strategies and agreements to reach these sustainable goals. And the agricultural policies in Europe can be an example to approach to have an approach for the partner country, Mediterranean partner countries, maybe not to follow, but just an example to have in mind, to put in mind, to go on the same route. Which is the point at the moment. We have this article, this is a regulation, the regulation 1305. It was made in 2013, and this is an article that supports rural development about agroforestry policies, because it was the implementation, the establishment of agroforestry systems that with this regulation we started to give money to farmers to implement agroforestry systems. Covering the cost of this establishment and also an annual premium per hectare to cover the cost of maintenance of the system. Agroforestry systems now have a new definition, that is this one, that agroforestry systems means land use systems in which trees are grown in combination with agriculture on the same land, and but there is a limit in between cropland and different agroforestry systems, because it depends on the number of trees per hectare, but the regulation is different for each country member. How is the common agricultural policy in Europe? There are two pillars. One pillar supports the market, and the other pillars, the second pillar, is about the rural development program. What is important that pillar one is about direct payments, so you needn't you just have a land where you produce something, and per hectare, if the land is recognized as cultivated area can get money. About agroforestry, is the pillar one is calculated according to the cultivated area with three land use practices: arable lands, permanent crops, and permanent grassland and permanent pastures. But there are differences between these three types of land use, because arable lands are eligible silvorable practices if the tree density is less than 100 trees per hectare, the tree cover is less than 10%, and the hedgerows are minus than 2 meters. Permanent crops are fully eligible as silvopastoral and silvoarable practices with no limit of tree density, but permanent grassland or permanent pasture are eligible as silvopastoral practices if tree density is minor of 100 trees, minor of 10%, and the hedgerows is less than 2 meters. So, at the beginning, we started with the measure 2.2.2. In the RDP, it's not easy to read, but in the year 2007 and between 2007 and 2013, we had this program with support that granted to farmers to create this forestry system, combining extensive agriculture with forestry systems. The tree density had to be between 50 and 100 hectares tree density, with the trees in number of 50, 100 per hectare on arable. %, of the total cost of the installation. After the measure 2.2.2, we implemented the measure 8.2 in the Rural Development Program 2014, between 2014-2020. Also in this measure, the planting cost was covered by the 80%. The maintenance cost was gave for 5 years, because when you plant tree, you lose the gain from agriculture system. So for 5 years to start to get money from the forest part, you can get money, and the member state can define the tree density, because it's really different between every European country. But we have this measure, but we have also not indirectly support with to agroforestry landscape, because we have the measure 10, measure 4, and measure 8, with the small area of biodiversity conservation. If you leave some land without use it, you can get money. To keep hedgerows in your lands, to keep also isolated trees, because in Europe we had a lot of industrial agriculture, so we cut all the trees in the land, and so to protect these isolated trees, you can get some money. Also for to implement forest grazing and grazing orchards. For the planned expenditure for the measure 8 and measure 15, we have around 123 millions. But the problem at the moment is also, if we have a lot of money to implement agroforestry systems, not all countries recognize opened these measures. And also, for example, in Italy, we have only 3 or 5 regions that implemented these measures. And the money is left there, just because we are starting now to go ahead with these systems. And now we are starting with the new common agricultural policies. We have another new program, and in that program the agroforestry is really taking, they are taking into account agroforestry in the farm to fork strategy and also in the biodiversity strategy. And about silvopastoral system in Europe, are systems that are really, really important in the Mediterranean areas. We have the ESAs and Montados in Portugal, and the ESAs in Spain, and also Sara told you that in Sardinia is really important, the silvopastoral system, mainly with the sheep. And as I told you, right now we have 17 million kilometers, square kilometers in the world, but only in Spain we have 4.5 million of hectares represented by Montado and the ESAs. The speakers before me told you how is important silvopastoral system as a conservation tool, because are really important for carbon sequestration, soil protection, landscape, to maintain the landscape, and for fire prevention, and also to have no timber products, and like fungus, cork, fodder, fruits, honey, like me. And I I told you about the measure 2.2.2 and the measure 8.2, but we started with process in 2006 and with a lot of mentions in the common agricultural policies, but the problem was we took a lot of time to have the implementation of the measures. In the plan, in the last plans, they mention the agroforestry, but after that they don't implement the measures. But now we have a good point, we are at a good point because we have a lot of work made by the Agroforestry Association Europe that is pushing politicians to implement the agroforestry systems. And the biggest problem is also the knowledge, the lack of knowledge, because to implement agroforestry system you need to know about animals, but you have to know also about trees, and you have to know how to manage the two things together, because if you lose some product in a way, you can gain in another way. But the knowledge is really important. For that reason, are very useful this type of projects to sharing the knowledge. We have only, as I told you, only 29 countries implemented these measures, but it's just because Europe is really different. So what is good for Italy is not good for Finland, for example, that is a big forestry landscape. And it's a pleasure for me. It's a complicated topic because it's very articulated. So it's a pleasure for me to talk about it in the round table after that, because I think the experience of Europe can be a good example to design your route in that, because you have rangelands in this country that are very important systems, and you have to protect that and to share your knowledge with us, and we have to do the same just to implement some good policies for your country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Claudia, for this lecture, which reflected definitely the reality, scientific reality for the status quo. We will talk now if we have any questions for the lecture of Dr. Claudia. Maybe we can see the doctor.
Presentations. Maybe this question for the whole team, it's not for a specific speaker. As you know, Jordan land receives less than 200 millimeter.
دكتور مسنات احنا بدنا سؤال عن محاضرة
Dr. Masnat, we want a question about Dr. Claudia's lecture. If it's a general question, please leave it for the round table. No, I would like to ask it now because it was from before the break. The person who will answer you, Dr. Claudia has to answer you because it's a specialty for Dr. Claudia. They have, they can choose. Whoever wants to answer, they can choose. The time is prescribed for the doctor. You finished my time, please.
Jordan land receives less than 200 millimeters, most of our land. Arable lands less than 5%. And the land of forest and also forage is very few. Under these circumstances for Jordan case, do the team have done an agribusiness model or a business model to see the economic and the social and environmental impact of the agroforestry system? Can it be applicable for Jordanian case under these circumstances, as I have told you what we face in Jordan? If someone have made this business model that we can convince government, because we need actually to raise awareness of the local communities who are around the forests. In addition to the government itself, you have to convince the government at the national level that if you apply this agroforest system, what are the benefits that we can gain from this system. Thank you.
دكتورة كلوديا تفضل.
As I told you right with the agroforestry measurements that we implemented in the European Union, we are giving money to farmers to plant trees. So if you haven't forests, you can get money to plant trees and improve the situation, because agroforestry systems can regulate also better the, for example, also to keep the humidity in the soil. You have to think about if you plant trees and you have animals under the trees, and this you put organic matters on the soil, the humidity is kept really better instead. So the policy is for that. In Italy also in Europe, we cutted all the trees in the arable lands just to have big tractors but now we have the opposite problems, because also the thank you. It's not organic, the opposite of the organic matter, the chemicals are fertilizers, thank you, are not enough to have a good production anymore, because the soil is really poor.
شكرا دكتورة كلوديا.
Thank you, Dr. Claudia. Dr. Sarah, could we do this discussion on the round table, because we have a question back on the table with a specialist question. So we will continue the answer for Dr. Misnat on the round table.
But I want to speak in Arabic because both in the workshop is Arabic. I'm sorry about that. أنا بدي أتحدث.
I would like to speak about the complementary management of forests. In all honesty, the conventional practices that were done by our parents and grandparents, especially when we're talking about the viability of biological life in forests, they were all eco-friendly. So, for example, we would find in the forest 20 or 25 years ago, we would find merami, thyme, and even mint, wild mint. And in the forest, we would find before called akub, hinduba, and silic, or it's all crops, and it would all be eco-friendly practices. They would pick out these food materials and take out the roots. But lately, the people, sadly, they are not too friendly with environment, and they would pick up these crops and these medical trees from its roots. They will pull it out from its roots. And honestly, in the north, we have an initiative called the Seeds of the Ground. We will get all the seeds of the seeds of all these plants, and we will give them to hikers to put them in the forest to give it a natural forestation. But we have two problems. One of the first problem is the bird called Zeregi bird, and the second problem is with the goats, the black goats, because black goats especially do not leave anything. They eat everything, and it's very dangerous for Arab trees in the whole Arab region. And thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Is there a question or is it just a note? It's a point. Yes. Okay, thank you. Dr. Khaled, would you like to? I'm taking notes, and if there is possibility for 5 minutes, if there is possibility to prepare the question or not the question, and it will be ready on the round table. On the round table, of course. I apologize from everybody because we don't have enough time, of course, because of lack of time. And if you would allow me, I suggest that the questions will not be answered. All of the questions will be answered, of course. All the people here present, they have a lot of questions, and all the lecturers are here to answer these questions. It's very necessary, very necessary to maintain science knowledge and to have developed science knowledge for the surveillance of forests and to maintain its sustainability. And now we will, for this scientific pause with Dr. Simeonita and a lecture with the topic of intelligence, natural intelligence for the supervision of forests for sustainable management. Dr. Simeonita is a partner professor in plant science and the University of Sassai and the head of the Italy Committee of Plant Science. Please come, Dr. Simeonita.
Presentation. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to introduce Animal, a quadrupedal robot, which is specializing in habitat monitoring. Indeed, it is the star of an innovative approach for habitat monitoring developed in the context of the project Natural Intelligence for robotic monitoring of habitat, supported by the European Union in the program Horizon 2020, and tested in different habitat types with promising results. So we think that this kind of monitoring could be also applied in grazed woodlands. These are systems of high nature and cultural value, providing commercial goods and other ecosystem services, and the conservation of their structure and functions depends on sustainable management. Grazed woodlands are based on a delicate balance, as Sarah reminded us, and the deviation by a sustainable active management controlled by different biotic, abiotic, and socio-economical drivers can determine the progressive change of the structure and the loss of the related functions. So monitoring is mandatory to identify early issues. What is monitoring? Monitoring is a periodic recording of the condition of a feature of interest to detect or measure compliance with the predetermined standard, and it is an essential tool to detect if the system is departing from the desired state, to measure the success of management actions, or to detect the effects of perturbations and disturbances. But unfortunately, habitat monitoring is a complex task, costly and extremely time-consuming. And nowadays, human operators are the only ones able to apply the protocols for habitat monitoring and to traverse extremely unstructured and previous unknown environments, such as natural scenarios. At a local scale, habitat monitoring can be focalized on relevant key plant species which can have different roles. For instance, in the habitat structure, such as trees in a woodland, or in the alteration of habitat structure, possibly early warning species, for instance, species indicators of dynamic processes or alien species. The project Natural Intelligence proposed relevant innovations on the habitat monitoring front, including robots performing habitat monitoring to reduce the time spent in field works, and mitigates the burden of the human workforce, and improving the precision and objectivity in measures, and lowering the barriers in the deployment of robotic-based solutions. Natural intelligence can be identified as the interaction of three elements, which are environment, body, and mind. And this approach is a paradigmatic shift which brings the environment at the center of the robotic development processes. So Animal is equipped with a LiDAR, which scans the environment and create three-dimensional point clouds, and with 4 cameras which acquire full high-definition images. Animal is capable of autonomous missions following a predefined sampling pattern. It stops at regular intervals and acquires images with cameras and LiDAR. The assessment of the structure of the habitat is based on indicators selected according to the habitat. As I told, Animal has been tested in different environments with auspicious results. So I will show you some performance of Animal. This is a view from onboard cameras. And this is a way of how Animal convert the view of the camera in vegetation cover. It can evaluate the total vegetation cover or the cover of a single target species. Pointy clouds produced by LiDAR can be used to assess classical woodland parameters, such as the number of individuals in the cover, tree diameter, basal area per hectare, and the number of trees per hectare. So here the robot, no, moving, non riesco, no. Non riesco a far partire. Can you... E non lo posso mettere io. Can you change the presentation? No? Sorry. Lo so. Is moving in woodlands and creating the point cloud images, and these are the steps. The next steps: point cloud clustering and trees identification. After this identification, the robot can define the number and the feature of the single tree. For instance, here we have 5 trees, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And as an example, in the table I reported the measure of the diameter as reported by Animal, and here in comparison with those taken by a human operator. Here we can see two animals. Can you start with the video? Which are looking to an indicator species of bad conservation status. This is a Apennine grassland, and the species is Asphodelus ramosus. And okay. So to conclude, we can say that there are some limitations which are mainly related to the locomotion of animal. Indeed, ground robots usually fail to move over irregular and unstructured terrains. But animals filled an important gaps because aerial robots, for instance, can be successfully applied for habitat monitoring, but they require frequent researches due to their limited autonomy. Instead, animals had more than 4 hours of autonomy. The impact of this innovation system is acquisition through the robotic workforce of innovative structural data useful for habitat monitoring and habitat conservation. And the new challenge will to create additional hardware and software components for reducing the data collection time, and new algorithms for improving recognition of species and evaluation of their coverage or other features. To conclude, I can say that robots will probably never fully replace human operators in habitat monitoring. However, they might offer valuable advantage, effective complementing the human operators' ecological skills. Thank you, and a special thank you to Sarah, which gave me the opportunity to take part in this interesting event.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Now we will open the floor for the questions and answers about the presentation. Further.
Salam alaikum.
Good afternoon.
Have presented to us, but we are dealing with ecosystems and the integration between different layers in the ecosystem. And as one of the very important issue is the connectivity between these layers. The introduction of the new body. Now we are talking about objects that enter this ecosystem. The introduction of this object to the ecosystem with the waves that he introduced and sent to the center that received these signals. Do you think that, or do you have measures that these signals don't have any impact on the microorganisms in the ecosystem, or the integration between the different profiles or layers in the forest?
Well, thank you for the question. I think that the robot, the signal of the robot not have any not has any impact on the environment. It's I think more or less like a phone. If you work in an environment with your iPhone or your computer, sorry?
We have
You have?
We have, yeah.
Okay.
Hard. We impact. We have impacts.
Do you have any scientific evidence about this?
This is what I am asking for.
I don't know. In my knowledge, there is not scientific at the moment, scientific evidence about this. But we could explore these issues. Could be a new research question. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. سؤال آخر.
Is there any other question? Other questions? Khaled.
I don't know about the context of the project. If the same tools and methods could be applied in Jordan. I don't know if you have also visited some fields in Jordan, and do you think it can be applied or not? Thank you.
Didn't visit yet Jordan, but taking into account of the good results we obtained in different environments, we tested the robot on the sand dunes, on alpine ski, on woodlands and grasslands. I think that it could be worthwhile also in Jordan. Why not?
Thank you. سؤال أخير لهي المحاضرة. تفضل.
I think it is a clever idea to have such an event in Jordan, and for the 4 countries to participate in it: Greece, Italy, Jordan, and Lebanon. It's a good idea and a clever idea. I don't know how much you are going to support your program to implement it into those countries, whether it is financially or by using the machines that you are introducing, like the robots. Thank you.
I'm not part of the Living Agro project, so I don't know if an event like this.
هلا من الممكن يكون الإجابة على
Maybe the question of this, the answer of this question will be on the round table, maybe. Thank you, guys. Maybe. Okay, we will wait till round the table, and we will register it in order to discuss it in the round table. On the round table. Regarding to the technological systems and also the digital. So here in this workshop, we have the remote sensing techniques to monitor oak. Dr. Ihab Juma from Lebanese Agriculture Research Center. Dr. Ihab Juma is the head of the agriculture and planting research, and also the head of Tel Research Center, and he is responsible of 60 observatory centers in Lebanon. Thank you, Dr. Ihab. The floor is yours.
And it's just one. And it's not new, and it's just easy to use, and also it's applicable and it's reachable to anywhere in the world. But my special speech goes to the oak forests of the Mediterranean, which extends its roots to the dawn of civilization, especially these sclerophyll trees that has resisted the huge pressure over them throughout the antiquities, throughout the histories and centuries to go. So what remote sensing needs to do for us as in Lebanon and maybe in the Mediterranean ecosystems just like them. From the spatial technology, spatial information technology that was provided in the late 50s, they have started with the aerial missions, especially with the aerial photos that has been taking photography of analog or in a non-digital format. And this analog format, it limited us to have some limited information regarding such ecosystems, and this is the where the start begin for humanity to explore its nature through remote sensing, through remote technology. This is a place to start explore our minds more into the technology that came to our hand, to be able to start thinking to better manage such ecosystem that requires quite a huge effort from us to be able to manage it well, because of the synergy and interaction between human and such ecosystems that extends, as I said, to the dawn of civilizations, especially in the Mediterranean. And as you see, starting from the 60s, where aerial missions by planes started taking analog photography to the ecosystems, it showed us this link, this relationship between human and nature, where the exploration of such ecosystems is in need for such people in order for them to continue living in such environment. So they require to enter such ecosystems, providing ecosystems, and this ecosystem is a type of securing life for such people. So they need this synergy linking. But in the late days, with the development of technology and equipment that enters into the excavations and the changes of the systems, should lead us to better thinking, because way before, human did not have such kind of technology and equipment entering such ecosystems and excavating and degrading such ecosystems as fast as now. So what we have now as equipment that makes us able to enter such ecosystems in a harsh manner and taking the most out of these ecosystems, like cutting off the forest in a whole, excavating, making quarries. All these comes into against the continuity and the sustainability of such ecosystems. And this is why remote sensing, this technology, which has come out as a cheap technology, with a passive remote sensing, not even active remote sensing, which doesn't have to have any signal goes out of it. It's just receiving the radiation that comes from the sun, which is the natural environment. So it's a really talented, good technology to use for us. So it showed us that there is a huge amount surface of the ecosystem has been attacked in the last 50 years in a irreversible manner. So even this technology needs to respond and tell us where are the places that has been attacked by the livelihood by people in an irreversible, irreversible, and reversible manner. Here you can see that these forests are like a sea motion. They move. It's these sclerophyll forests of the Mediterranean. It seems like
it's moving tree. As you see from the 60s, where the aerial mission has started, you can see that there are still remaining places that exist since then, but there are other places that even demolished, but new other places that have been rejuvenated and regenerated. And this is what tells us these are just motion forests. It's a sea waves forest exists in our ecosystems, and it became like a hook. They cannot be attached, disattached one from the other. So it's from the nature of the human-nature relationship. And this is the power of such forests that exists in the Mediterranean. And what comes into our mind, how these forests can move into our land. From the new excavations and new technology that came into us, made us attack such ecosystems in a harsh manner, in irreversible manners. One of it is making the hill lakes and introducing agriculture in a non-ecosystem friendly manner, and then going into quarries, and quarries also is irreversible as in nature, as it used to be before the use of such ecosystems. As I said, the use of the old ancestors, they used to come friendly to the ecosystem and use the ecosystem for their own needs and their own needs only. But now we enter the ecosystem to have more for us and to be able to buy commodities and being more into the society of materialism. And this is why we attack the nature in a harsh manner. And this is where comes the complication of managing such ecosystems, especially the start of the science of the previous presentations that says the importance of managing such ecosystems by policy making. And it appeared to us from these presentations that the policy making now is just young for conserving such nature, and even the science on such ecosystem is still young, because we still need to understand such ecosystems, how we can deal with. And as you see here, the people now attack the nature never like before. So they even comes with bulldozers and they bulldoze down the mountains, and this doesn't come again, and this is not the friendly one. And we need remote sensing to answer us day to day what's going on the ground. And but the natural, on the bottom two photos, the natural ecosystem livelihood relationship is the agro-forestry and the terraces that comes into and then abandoned, and then the forest comes again. And then you have timber and cutting on the forest, and this is as a healthy relationship between nature and human. As I said from before, you can see that from the aerial missions, we were able to provide data about the cover percentage of such forests, like analog data, as I said. And this data comes to us just to show where's the canopy coverage. So we've been able to define such patches of forest with regard to the physical coverage of such forest. But now with remote sensing technology that receives data on digital basis from electromagnetic fields of different wavelengths, so we can go even with more characteristics. And it's a challenge for remote sensing to come out with different responses and response more electromagnetically and give us more data comes from the ground, not only the canopy cover percentage, but we can go into deeper and deeper analysis of such ecosystems, and this is really required nowadays. I can tell you here that there are, for example, mountains that faces Mediterranean Sea, and these mountains that faces Mediterranean Sea receives the windward flank, the windward slope that receives the much of the rain and the much of the humid weather that gives the power for the ecosystem to flourish. But this is a shadow rain side. It's a rain shadow side of the mountain that does not provide high ecosystem, powerful ecosystem to provide a high density forest, and these forests are grazed, as you have said before in different presentations. But not only that makes it less dense, it's the characteristics of the ecosystem itself. This is a shadow side of the rain, shadow side of the mountain that does not provide the good amount for rain to be able to flourish as a dense forest. But the remote sensing what provided us here from that date, which is 2004, that these forests were not almost attacked. And then in 2012, we saw that in remote sensing that we have some roads comes into these forests because of the new off-road machines that we can drive. We can see some roads come to it. And then in another date, just very short, we have seen some excavation in these lands. And they have started in different places. And then in 2022, we have seen that lots of degradation and lots of invasion from human to such environment. And this is maybe because of the changes in the crisis that comes into the country that force people to search for more economical living options, and this came from the nature, and this is where the danger comes even more and more on attacking such environment, and this is where remote sensing needs to come, jump in and warn us where are these places in order to the officials to come over and try to solve such a thing. Again, this is a comparison between a windward and the rain shadow side of the mountain, and it's a windward, which is the one on your left, tells you that this is a very dense forest exists, while on the other side of the mountain there is a really, it shows like a no forest from remote sensing side if we go into indices that shows what chlorophylls exist, but it's a place for remote sensing to either explore more from the data that comes into remote sensing, what biomass we do have in these ecosystems, what chlorophylls do we have, and this is also a challenge that for remote sensing to do, and the easy to do in remote sensing is the change detection through years, and within the late years we have had the huge forest fires in the windward side of the forest where the ecosystem was not grazed, let's say, and maybe the ecosystem is more dense, and this is, you can see here that there's a huge areas that have been attacked or having natural forest fires. And it's easily detected by remote sensing, but not only that, there are other places, red spots that have been attacked by humans for timber and for cutting. And this is where remote sensing needs to come in and interfere into managing the ecosystem. Again, this is another place that was attacked by timber and cutting within the late years. So this is why once the socioeconomy pushes people attack more and more such forests. This is a shadow rain side of the mountain where we don't have forest fires, but we do have attack from human on forest directly, and this is where spotted by remote sensing easily. So remote sensing needs to be monitoring on change detection for years and years, like even 10 years or even 1 year or even less than 1 year monitoring on such forests. So remote sensing is able to do that, and it's the difference of density and difference of characteristics and characterizing such forests, not only characterizing from the canopy cover density side, but also remote sensing is invited to do better characteristics of such forests and dig into characterizing such ecosystems in depth. And with that, I say thank you.
شكرا دكتور.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rehab, for this lovely presentation. We'll give the floor for a Q&A session. Any question? Any question? Finding a new non-traditional feed resource for sheep and goat is one of the domains that have been discussed in this project. Now presentation entitled of the use of willows tree as a non-traditional feed resource for sheep and goat. Sorry, Dr. Sami Awabde from North Jordan. Dr. Sami is the head of the livestock directorate in NARC in agricultural studies in Jordan, a PhD holder in feed gibbs and sheep, and also have a lot of scientific research and studies. He is interested in finding new resources and feeds to animal, alternative feeds to provide food for these sheep and goats.
مساكم سعيد جميعا.
Evening. We would like to welcome all of the guests from all the countries, Greece, Italy, and Lebanon. To be honest, regarding to the trees which are used as feeds to animals, and it started till 2015 in Jordan. This project is funded by USAID, the USAID. And we started to shed the light on willow trees in 2015. After that, we have the pistachio tree, pistachios, and also other trees as medical in order to fight the parasites. I chatted and also Karoub trees. I talked with Sarah that the main aspect that they bring goats and sheep to have grazed woodlands. The two opinion, one is the opposite. We bring the veg and planted in different areas, used the treated or local water to the animal. This is the difference between the Jordanian case and the others, or the main target of this workshop. Briefly, Jordan have 3.5 million of sheep, and also thank you, Doctor, from Khanasri Research Center, and it is under the responsibility of NOC. This is the only center of breeding the local goats and sheep. We based our knowledge of 2015 for some reasons. One, Jordan is one of the most countries of water scarcity, so rich land is very poor, and also the feeds to animal is imported. So we will focus on the 70%. 70% is the cost of feeding or in all animal product line. So why the cost is 70%. There is a misunderstanding for the farmers to have antibiotic drugs, which is dangerous on the public health. There is the misuse, and these medicals or these chemicals will remain and toxic the product. So we found the different solutions to clean the feeds. Willow trees is there from the north to the south. So as a team covered all the kingdom, and we tried to gather samples from willow trees to have a DNA analysis to understand the cultivars. We have the Cornell University as a partner, represented by Darius Smart, professor, and we have extraction of samples, and we sent him the samples in order to conduct the DNA analysis for this willow tree. We covered almost like 45 locations in Jordan, the GPS for every trees and the community. We analyzed these samples, and it showed that Jordan has almost like 4 cultivars or species. We focused on the performance and the effect of using the low quality water, such as treated water, saline water, and mixed water, which is in Jordan Valley, and it is the main source is King Talal Dam, and also the feed into the well and well and rainfall water and other sources from treatment refinery plants. Regarding to the willow, we will take the cuttings till the transplanting and the seedling in the center of the headquarter in the north. We had the seedling and the salicylic acid, which is aspirin, and it is well known in the universe. So it was easy to seedling or do seedling and planting. We have an objective to target as a water scarcity country in order to maximize the benefit from the refinery and the treatment centers or plants. We have the Madaba water treatment facility. The good thing, it was clear integration between water science, water management, water equality, agronomy, livestock specialist, represented by me as the coordinator and my team who was in the field. We managed to have establishment of experimental site in the water treatment facility. This is one of the pictures that is the height, like 3.5 meters, maybe, or 4 meters as a height. We started to take care into the nutritional value, and maybe 2 colors in the field. You will notice that there are 2 red part and the green part. These the antioxidants in the phenols and the total phenols and the flavonoids give it as like a pigment, and that will show that it is highly indensed with biological nutrients, and we try to fight against using and reducing the chemical fertilizers. And it is really very long, 2015 to 2022, so I'm trying to speed up. This is the harvesting. If you notice that, every 4 months we do the harvesting, so we conducted experiments. What is the best frequency to have the highest nutritional value? So in order to, so we try to know which is the best frequent for the harvesting in order to maintain the highest quality and highest nutritional value. For the experimental side establishment, we asked help from the agronomy people. I want to have the highest biomass. It is similar for the oak Karub one. No, we thought that it should be groups or divided to have specific group vegetations in order to have the maximum biomass, in order to have the maximum biomass. And this is a picture for this site in Madaba. And we started, we moved to Showback.
This is also an area where we have to work hard. There are also livestock farmers, especially sheep and goats. They suffer from the high bills of feeding. So we suggested to have a demonstration farm where there would be a technology transfer with one of the farmers to see if it actually reduces the cost of feeding. So we did a quick pilot study where we would cut from the site and move to the farms, to the farm level, and for the animals. And the animals accepted it very well, and the animals were fed properly. The wastewater plant of Shobak is in a different area than Madaba, than the previous one. If you notice, the soil is poorer than in Madaba. The performance of the trees was also a bit lower. So the average almost was, if we wanted to cut every 5 months, it would give us around 5 kilos. But in Madaba, it would give us around 25 kilos. So 5 tons. We also did scanning from a stable site in the end of each month where we would take a picture of the line of the plant. So we would see the growth on a monthly way, but sadly, it did not show on the slide. We targeted the salinity condition, and we saw that the willow tree has the ability to handle the salinity in the soil and the level of hydration, of course. And the Khalid research station in Mafraq in the northeast of Jordan, the water and soil there are salty, and the plants had a very good, promising performance. And our colleagues and scientists in Khalid research station Mafraq are ready to do a trial, but for management reasons, with water management reasons, work wasn't really sustainable. But in the new program that which is a continuation for the current project, we will target 10 dunums where the main goal will be direct grazing, not silage or breaking, like I'm going to present to you in the future slides. The food value was amazing. We're talking about protein in leaves for around 20% protein in leaves. We had 3 different types. One of them we called Nazareth. We got it from Nazareth town, which is a town in Palestine. Another one is called Shobak, which is also present in Shobak in Jordan. And another one we called Madaba. So if we want to stop at the nutritional value for the protein value and these, it's considered very leaves with very high protein percentages, but in the branches it was less. It was around 6%. So 6%. So in the wheat straw and barley straw had around 3%. But the traditional one for the farmers, they use it. They use the barley, which is 11% protein, and they use within it the bran as well, which is 15% protein. They also use hay, which is also 3.5% of protein. So the protein value of willow trees is considered the highest compared to the fooding methods in Jordan. So we moved to the process of conversation of this material. And when we began the project, it was we were hoping to do direct grazing, but when we're beginning here from Jordan, the idea began here from Jordan to do insiding, to do storage, proper storage of willow trees after harvesting. The technique that we used was very normal. We used normal manpower, ordinary manpower, where they would press this material in the barrel, and we would add some silage additives. So we would do pickling in the proper way, and then we created a hydraulic press. It's a hydraulic press, yes, that helps us in the pressing process, in the compaction process of the barrels. This is the compressor, the hydraulic compressor. By the way, we have in the presence and engineer Mohammed Shtefat and sister Wafa Jarrah, who are very interested in the silage topic. Wafa Jarrah, she highlighted willow trees. She highlighted oak trees, I'm sorry. Oak trees, correct. And she has interests in taking trips of the oak tree and the oak fruit, and she was convinced with the silo idea, and we will work with her and guide her towards that goal. The food value of the silage was around 10% of protein, which is very nice. The protein that we know in the world, which is called as silage, which protein percentage there would be around 9 to 9.5, so it would be a good replacement for the farmers. What the add-ons, the additives that we added, we did a quick pilot study in the lab where we did small jars, where we pressed small jars and we added bacteria, as well as the fermentable, and we combined all of these additives together, and it was successful. The results were very successful and promising. No, we all agree that the salic acid is coming from the willow tree, as well as also taking into consideration the phenols and the ethanoloids that have a direct effect on limiting the process of nematodes within the animals problem. So we did studies in the National Research Center. We worked on the nematodes. We infected the animals with larvae, and then we took the feces of these animals and did different concentrations of the willow extract, and we would try it on the animal, and we would see that it was true that the willow tree limited the development of the nematodes, and this is something important for public health, very important for public health. The materials that have a high biological value in the willow tree are creating, in the infective stage between L3 and L4, it's cutting or breaking the torque. So this means that it does not continue its life cycle. And so it will be a very big rival for in the stomachs of our animals who have different diseases and different problems with low productivity rates. So we are breaking this process where the larva will not process. So this is the goal from the extract that we took from the willow tree. And we moved also to trying the silage that is created from the willow tree on the performance of the animal. So we studied that performance that fed on the silage in the research station in Khan Nasri it's one of the stations for the National Research Center, and we did experimentation on animals, and the results came out, and we were very brave where we tried 10% or 20% of the willow silage as a replacement instead of the wheat straw, which is present in a very common way, in a common scene for the herders. I don't want to go into details because time is limited. We did slaughtering of the experimental animals. The purpose of the slaughtering was to study the physical and chemicals, criteria of this animal, and the meat had very high criteria. We took the cold carcass and the hot carcass, and we calculated the dressing, also the shoulders, legs, backs, loins, and fat tail. Allow me here in this lecture, I zoomed a little bit in on animal production. While I focused on it, because I don't want to be generic, I wanted to see what the result of the silage that we took from the forest trees on the performance of animals, whether it was on meat or milk. Also, the University of Applied Jordan University of Applied Sciences, we thank them a lot. They did also studies on the parameters that they have available at the university. They show the tenderness. These parameters show the tenderness of the meat of the animals who are controlled and the animals who have ate from the silage. And the results came out where almost all the animals that ate the silage of the willow trees, their meat was more tender than other animals, as well as having the color of the meat was more light. So if you feel that the consumer, when they want to buy meat from the supermarket, the color is important for the consumer. We also went to Baladi goat, or the black goat. We went to the black mountain goat, which is the dominant breed in Jordan, in regards of goat species in Jordan, and we also did the same trials on goats, and the results were very similar, almost similar to the results of the physical and chemical for sheep. And we want to study milk as well, milk production. And we added as well also with the scientific research, 20% of silage, 20% of willow tree silage, and some hay that is used usually by farmers. And the results were that the ones that ate from the silage, its milk increased by almost 190 grams per day for each head per day. And if we calculate that on the level of a farmer that has 100 goats, the lactating animals, that would be a very profitable return. When we're talking about the Black Mountain dough, the increase was, let's say, around 180 milliliter per head per day, which is very significant to reflect on the high profitability of the farmer. And in the end, through this project, the resources and the money that was used in it, and the funding, we brought an infrared device where we would calibrate the willow trees and other also trees, the ones that are present in the research center, where they bring us in the research center samples for calibration to have faster readings of different types of plants. Of different plants and debris. And by the way, we are very interested in the National Research Center and in animals and finding replacements for feeds, non-traditional feed resources. When we're talking about trees, where we stopped at the willow tree, and we will move forward in the future with other species with the help of our brothers in the different sections and our different also by the way, we are also zooming and focusing on the agricultural and industrial bioproduct, and we want to treat it, enzymatic treatment for it and siling for it as well, where we would do intercropped silage from different residue, where we would increase its food value, and it would be part of the feeding process after all. Thank you, Dr. Sami. Thank you, Dr. Sami. The questions that we will be giving to the Dr. Sami will be on the round table with the lecture of Professor Anastasia. It's the same matter because we lack time. In the end, we thank you all for your presence here today in this very important scientific day, and allow me on my behalf and on behalf of the family of National for NARC to thank a lot with high appreciation for all the lecturers today and for all our guests as well who are present today for what they presented for us from innovative and scientific research. So we are very proud of all of that, and thank you a lot. And we send a great respect for all the people who have been responsible for creating this workshop. So thank you all again, and thank you for your admin job. And God be with you all. It's just a reminder to remind you, if anybody or any entity would like to work on meeting or doing one-to-one meetings, it's possible to note it down in the reception outside. Note it down in the reception, and we will remind you that the lunch will be 1 hour. So 2:30 we will be here to to begin with the roundtable. Thank you all. Dr. Peter, you are welcome to join us, please. Dr. Sami, please join us. Please come to the round table.
Podemos empezar, por ejemplo, describiendo ahora si eso tiene la posibilidad de llegar a algo, pues, tiene que recordar también el meeting. Dos, tres minutos. Okay. About the presentation. Okay, they are coming. The floor is yours. So the more questions, the more. Now we have time because it is we are perfect time. So now as much questions.
مساء الخير للجميع.
Good evening, everybody, and God bless you all. Dr. Peter. Good evening. Engineer Ibrahim. Good evening, everybody. Again, we thank you for being present and for you remaining with us in this workshop until the end of the scientific workshop and event, where we are very happy for your participation with us today. And just like I said before, while presenting the lectures by the researchers and experts that we have today, we are going to have the roundtable session and listen to the questions that we did not get the opportunity to answer through the lecturing process. So now we will begin with the blessing of God by presenting questions to the researchers and the heads of the project. So whoever has an inquiry or question, please go ahead and present your questions. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Actually, I see that the event of today is a very rich one. What I am concerned about is the financial part to support your program. So I would like to understand more what kind of financial support you are going to give here, whether it is going to be as loans or grants. If it is loans, what is the interest rate, how long it will take, and what's the volume of each loan that you are going to grant? Thank you.
شكرا أخونا.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yusuf, our brother Yusuf. Maybe Dr. Sarah, you can answer this question.
Thank you for your question. As Dr. Claudia Gonçalves said, what is of most interest is the economic viability of the activities. So it is important to understand the business behind it. So thank you for this question. The project itself, the project Living Agro, has in its aims the technological transfer, so sharing innovations, and this is done through field visits, where we go and visit farmers, and field trials, where in the farms very often the pilot trials are conducted. Now we did some trials with I think around 20 farms across the 4 countries, and we got this type of support of providing the technology. For example, innovative seed mixtures of or seeds or plants. But the project itself does not foresee loans. It's a community building project, and the services, the services that are provided are non-financial. Are services provided through knowledge exchange, through the ICT platform, for 3 free e-learning modules, free training courses for business creation, free training on intellectual property rights and startup development. So in each country, actually only in Jordan and Lebanon, there will be some training devoted to 27 researchers, farmers or startups on these type of topics to support the business creation, market development, starting from the innovations that have been studied within the project. But it does not, I'm afraid, foresee any type of financial loan to the farmers. So it's a knowledge sharing and community building project and testing.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah, for this.
Thank you, everybody. Another question, if you would allow me. Dr. Fakhri Alakour from the University of the Hashemite University of Jordan in the lecture had a question regarding merging olive planting with forests, planting olives and forests, olive trees. So do you still have this question, or would you like to add something else? Thank you, Dr. Murad. And in all honesty, when I reviewed the invitation, and it had 2 parts. So the first was for olives, and I believe it was on the 13th of December, and today is regarding forests. So So this topic is not the main concern for today that I may contribute with it publicly on it, but my concern is related to what is called thermal and agroforestry meaning, because on the break we said that we might discuss this topic and talk about the differentiation between these two different systems. And the agroforestry dealing with the ecosystem itself, the forest with the compound. Speaking English.
And the contribution of the local community and how can we take the goods and services to the local community, and the permaculture, which is different, which is the form of our presentations in this event, which deals with the benefits that can be taken by introduction of new species, by take advantage of the different kind of agricultural forms that which can be introduced to this system. I was confused about the two concepts, and I'm still. But I think the necessity now is to differentiate from the staff that you are dealing, you are work with between these two forms, the permaculture and the agroforestry, as dealing with the natural ecosystem without harming the natural ecosystem. And if we are dealing with the rangeland and the range itself, wood pastures, I think the same kind of concerns about the species, local species, the edges that the landscape might have, which can be destroyed by the contribution of the interpretation between the municipalities, human interference, and the local ecosystem that we are dealing with, and we want to restore these ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fakhri, for these questions. It's very important questions. I think we can request from Dr. Antazia.
Okay, in agroforestry, we have two major types of systems. The one are the traditional ones, and the one are the modern ones. Silvopastoralism, like grazing within the forest or the forested areas, it's a traditional form of agroforestry. In silvoarable systems, where we combine the trees with some crops, are the, in a way, modern ones, but not. But even they can be traditional. So for us, it's very important to test these modern type of combinations, because we have to be very careful to what we introduce, taking into account that there are so many pathogens. And for example, if we choose the wrong type of crop in between the trees, we can create a major damage rather than a good. So in most of the cases, we try to see what's in there. This is why it's so important to collaborate. For me, it's a major issue. Also, from what I wanted to say in the morning, you mentioned about waste in the systems and everything. If you don't collaborate with the farmers, or if you don't take them in the same part of the problem, you will never be successful. I'm talking about my Greek experience, because if they feel, the farmers or the local inhabitants, if they feel they're threatened by you will, I mean, they will always not collaborate, not to help, not do anything. So for me, if I can make a prioritization of what is there, is first of all, we have to ask the farmers, include them in whatever we're doing, and more or less in some way work for them, okay, provide them successful or economic solutions,
because for me it's really important. I mean, okay, I like the environment, of course I do, I work for the environment, but we also have taken into account that there is also the human part in the environment. So we are working and we have to, in this sphere, the ecosystem, there are humans too. So we have to take into account their needs, their economic, their financial issues, because they have to feed their families. So to conclude, in the traditional ones, we have to preserve this knowledge because for me it's a treasure. For the modern ones, we have to listen to the farmers, take examples, and be very cautious in the combinations that we're going to suggest.
سؤال آخر.
Another question, because there's a follow-up to the answer. We have a follow-up on the answer, if it's possible, by Dr. Peter. Yes, I'm going to be speaking in Arabic. The matter is, it may be, like you said, that it's confusing. You said that it's confusing because there is a little bit of overlapping between the two systems. So in the end, both systems are based on ecosystems and how we can fix these ecosystems to flourish it. And they focus on sustainability as well. So this is the main principle. So today, somebody could say that there could be confusion between the two systems, and there would be even different terminology other than confusion. For example, with other terminology like sustainable agriculture and different systems and modern systems, it could be confusing, but it's not a matter of confusing. They overlap between each other a little bit. But what's important and what you mentioned, 2 days ago there was a discussion with Dr. Majid regarding this matter. The entire topic is that we have to think about a system that provides food security. So today, any system that we could put it apart into subsystems, and any system that could be applicable in all areas. This is my opinion. This is how I view it. I don't see that we should have overlap things together and mix things together. We should take all case on its own, or on which system would be better for it, would fit better for it. And yeah, thank you. Thank you, doctor. Excuse me. Please go ahead. كان يجب علينا التفريق ما بين البيئة المحلية في الأردن والبيئة في لبنان والبيئة في اليونان والبيئة في إيطاليا.
Situation here in Jordan, we are suffering from the decline of the vegetative cover, the loss of soil, because of a lot of reasons. Here in Jordan, we have a different story. Our ecosystems are under threat. They are degraded. We have to prepare our plans or strategies to restore our ecosystems. We cannot introduce any form of agricultural form, although we are dealing with the local community and their needs. The welfare of the local community is another case. We can talk about it a lot of time, but we cannot make our invading to the degraded ecosystem that we have. The forest land in Jordan, less than 0.02 now. There is a degradation. There is a cut to the forest trees by the local community or by other form of cutting that takes place. This kind of a project, I appreciate the thing that you have in this form of projects, but we have to take in consideration that we can adopt this kind of projects in certain lands. We have to avoid the edge between the range and the forest. This is a genetic resource. We have to avoid to invade these lands because it is the promise that we have from the local environment that we can regenerate the originate the genetic material that was there in the past. We have to look for the edges before looking for the landscape or the ecosystem themselves. We are now breaking these edges. We are breaking the genetic resource lands that we have. The project is valuable for me. This is a kind of promotion to the local community and giving them opportunities to get their welfare, but not in this land form. Please take in consideration that we have to take care of our environment, our edges, our genetic resources, and we have to restore them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fakhri. Dr. Ruggiero.
Thank you. We have to appreciate that we are in the Mediterranean context. The project is within a Mediterranean program funded by the European Union. Okay, Mediterranean is a mosaic of different situations in terms of socioeconomic conditions and in terms of environments. Under this situation, we cannot identify one solution. But at the same time, there is an increasing demand. Population in southern Mediterranean is increasing. There is increasing demand of water, increasing demand of food. I think that countries must become self-sufficient, or at least increase their sovereignty in terms of food and in terms of water. Otherwise, you see what is happening for the war in Ukraine, for the increase of prices in feed, in food, and so on. And people is really suffering. Okay, so I think that a good paradigm for this is what we call sustainable intensification. We need to increase production without impacting negatively on the environment. So I think Living Agro is creating learning spaces like this to identify solution for the way forward. I agree with you, we have to preserve ecosystems, but we also have to give food to people, and we cannot continue to import food from abroad. So we have to learn on how to better use the local resources so that they are used in a sustainable way. And we have seen this morning several different ideas. Then these ideas have to be landed in the different situations. They cannot be applied in the same way everywhere. So there is no a good or bad agroecosystem. It can be good in some places and bad in other places. So I think that the merit of this project and of many other projects of NECBC Med and Prima Foundation is to, for the first time perhaps, to create a link between North and South Mediterranean, which is an important exchange of experience, not transfer, exchange. From North Mediterranean, we have to learn from you and vice versa. And so we are creating these learning spaces. I think this is very important. Also, politically is very important.
Thank you, Doctor.
Annie, please go ahead. Please, Doctor, go ahead. Good evening. In all honesty, I want to talk about grazing in high altitude places, especially in Jordan. And I believe that every part and every land has its own speciality and its own conditions. So we have to confess that the International Bank with the studies that it did in the Middle East, it says that Jordan, Syria, Palestine, and Iraq and Syria are the most countries affected by climate change, and Jordan could be the one that is most affected by climate change. So until now, here there should be winter, but still we're not seeing enough water, we're not seeing enough rain. So there's climate change. So we had a project for high-level grounds in Lebanon. There was the Green Project for planting forests. But in all honesty, any process for planting forests with the trees, and I have my own conservations on certain trees, there should be protection for 4 years at least, and then watering. So any initiatives for agriculture without watering are going to fail, so or without protection either. The second point is we found through the field trips that we did, and I would have loved if there were farmers here among us or neighbors of the forests, normal farmers, not like us, academic people and wearing ties and lecturing people. I wish, in all honesty, something very important is the Ministry of Agriculture in the 60s and 70s and 80s inserted invasive species on the tree species in Jordan. For example, like the tree of Louisiana, for example, the tree of acacia. This affected the variability of biological life in Jordan. Biodiversity, it affected diversity. It affected it a lot. So what I want to say is, from my colleagues who have been speaking from Italy and Greece in regards to the topic of having animals in the forests, I have an experience a personal experience where I don't prefer having foreign animals, the animals that have a short period of life, especially the black goat, because it's not beneficial at all. Even initiatives for agriculture or crops or medical crops or fragmental crops, they eat it. So of course we recommend for animals to go to the forest when we have a large forest. Second of all, I would like to understand again why is the Ministry of Agriculture does not allow the farmers for the way. Why don't you allow us to? I apologize, it's not, I don't understand the word. It will provide a heat of source and it will prevent fires in the forests. So sadly, I will say now in the last that we environmentalists are against having agriculture in forests, because if we want methods of agriculture in forests, so there wouldn't, so when we have fires for the civil defense to be able to go in the forest, but we found that when when we have roads within the forests, it will lead to huge loads of waste, solid waste. And thank you. God bless you, Dr. Ahmed Dashraiti, and we are very happy to be meeting you today. And before answering or clarifying for the information that you provided for us, I requested from I requested from my colleagues to answer you, and they allowed me very graciously. So thank you to my colleagues for allowing me to answer your remarks and questions. In regards of grazing, we have a lot of projects in the Ministry of Agriculture in regards of grazing roads and sides of roads. And currently, in the current situation, there have been grazing of the Sahrawi road that leads to the south of Jordan, and we have a forest with the size of 4,000 dunums. It's planted with local trees, and it will all be used. And the water that wastewater is going to be used, and from the factories in the south region of Jordan to plant it, to water it. Sorry. And now the last questions for grazing, for the laws of grazing, with the Ministry of Agriculture and the policies present, there is a period where it's allowed for herders to have their sheep go into these forests and to have a process of taking care of these these goats and sheep to feed within a certain period of the year. And Dr. Ehab Joma would also like to clarify something else in general for your question. I'm sure you're talking from a practical experience, and I'm very sure you are you care a lot about the environment and our presence in the land and the ecosystem that is present in the forests and others for us as humans. So you mentioned the green project in Lebanon. The green project in Lebanon, it was for fixing lands for agriculture use, and sometimes it would even have its effects on ecosystems, negative effects. So there weren't enough studies. But from what you said, that even currently science is still trying to understand ecosystems. So in the beginning, we wanted to come protect the ecosystem, and now we want to cooperate and interact with the ecosystem. And this is what you mentioned. That's correct. There has to be changes of policies and rules for, especially for the farmer, to benefit from it, because the farmer is very important, and he's the person who's living and as a neighbor of this ecosystem. So he's supposed to be the one that protects this ecosystem within certain policies and laws, or like just you said, when people are cutting trees, which is allowed. Let's suppose it's allowed more in Lebanon, maybe here in Jordan, it should be allowed, just like Dr. Anastasia mentioned, or my other colleagues. Maybe we could allow for a small amount or some ways of interacting with these forests with a very limited way, and where we maintain its sustainability. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Another question?
Apologies that this very wonderful actually conference didn't go to. First is collection of water from humidity, and the second is CO2 conversion to actually like ethanol or other technologies. Now the RSS actually succeeded in patenting some technology which is much better than other products and for CO2 sequestering. And there is another project as well where you can take CO2 and then you compress it and use it for storage of solar energy during the day, and then you use it at night for converting it to ethanol, which can be used for things that you can use it like perfume and other stuff that you can use for manufacturing. Now the CO2 conversion to ethanol, or use it in storage, or actually getting H2O from air, actually they are the same technology. It uses a membrane. This membrane was innovated, by the way, in Caltech. This is in Southern California, which they have the same problems as us, lack of water, etc., etc. Now the guy that actually started all this technology is one guy called Omar Yaghi, and he's considered the father of biochemistry. And he's a Jordanian. It happens that he's a Jordanian, actually. And he works for Royal Jamia al-Maliki, or Royal Scientific Society. And he has like hundreds and hundreds of patents on these technologies. Now, if our problems are lack of water, however, we have abundant sun and solar energy. So we can use solar energy in actually making the best out of the dews that come from the Mediterranean. And in the morning, for example, we have one of our plants, which I actually grow, is the rosemary, which is Akhlil Jabal here in Jordan. This is a plant that actually, takes water from its leaves. So its irrigation is actually, upside down. It doesn't take it from the root. It takes it from the dew or from the moist that's in the air. And if you go over all Jordan, you'll find this everywhere, in every mountain. And it's the wild type is extremely useful and it's extremely expensive. Actually, probably people in Greece, they know that, and Roman as well, because they use it for honeymoons, use it for memory, use it for tests, etc. So for thousands and thousands of years. You go to any mountain in Jordan, you'll find it everywhere. And this actually extremely, it's the same idea. We can have, if we have a lot of CO2, we can sequester it. We can actually compress it. And instead of using hydrogen or using air compression for storage of energy during the day, during the sunlight, we can use CO2 compression. Now, if you compress CO2, you will get, organic products. You can use it for organic products. One of the products you can use is actually so many things, actually. It's exactly the same thing. If you use phosphate with it, you can actually manufacture carbohydrates, for example. You can do something similar to the DAB from Manasir or other الاسمده اللي بنستخدمها عندنا هون مثلا زي الام بي كي 666.
From the fertilizers that we use, like the NPK and the 2021, I believe.
شكرا جزيلا على هذه
Want to know where's the questions?
The question is that Living
I
Lab,
want to know where's the
Living
question.
Lab is actually, I think they are in connection with one guy called Elon Musk. He put a prize for Holtz prize for $100 million. So probably in Europe they have a lot of these innovations and they are working on it. Like Germany and Spain and Italy. I know that they are working on it because I've seen some of their products, especially things that to alcoholic beverages that are available. So if we can cooperate with Living Lab, actually, like in doing this in Jordan, because Jordan is a fertile place, it's extremely fertile place in so many things that they don't know of. For example, they don't know probably the quality of our rosemary. And I personally have grown rosemaries that the best quality in the world. And I would like, for people in Living Lab actually to cooperate with us regarding in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, Dr. Sarah.
Thank you for this describing this innovation. We're not at all aware of. It has not been considered in the project since its beginning, but this situation here is exactly one of the moments where we want to listen to you and to your suggestions. It's not a one-way flow of what we think it's important. It's exactly the place, one of the places within this project where we want to hear from you what you think it's a useful innovation. So thank you so much for bringing this up. And this is knowledge sharing. We will keep on bringing this into our reports, into our website. You might want to shoot a video and we will give full acknowledgement of this, maybe even for a call. Who wants to do this? Maybe in future projects. Living Agro ends in 2023. There might not be the chance to test this within, but we can surely maybe think of a field visit or a way of sharing this innovation idea. So please feel free to pose questions or any observations to the work done that you think it's useful for us and for the Living Lab. So thank you. And I've got your contact. So.
Thank you, دكتورة سارة. سؤال آخر أعتقد.
I think that there is a question from Dana Reserve. Please, the floor is yours. There is a question. He left, I think. So there was a question about. There was a question from a representative from Dana Reserve. Now, Mr. Dana, Mr. English.
I know that you're getting tired at this evening, but there is a very important question. Now, after all of what you did in your lectures and presentations, I would like to understand and to know, is there a clear strategy for the next year, and what is the headline for these projects we want to move to? You want to concentrate on the regrowing the forest and study the legality with the governments? Like, what is the clear strategy for the next year, and what's the main projects we are heading for? This is the question I would like to have the answer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salam.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Majdi. Your question. I think we have to move forward in this project. There are many things that we need after making the surveys and collection of the information about the stakeholders, what they are need for the innovations. And for example, in the bylaws in Jordan that related to the forest and the use of forest, maybe some policies need to be updated, modified, to have in the future that we can to conserve the forests more, give attention to the forest, introduce some technologies that can be useful. I hope that we can in the policies. We have to study the policies and get the benefit or from our neighbor cross-border countries in Italy or in Greece or in Lebanon that is useful for Jordan. We look forward for this and also for this future in this project that we can during the coming also activities that we are doing and the platform there could be some dissemination of the results and sustainability of our activities for our partners and the community. It is exchange of information, as my colleagues said also. I hope that the output of this project be useful for the researchers, for the community, for the farmers, and all the people that are interested in this type of project for the olive plantation, olive introduction of other crops with the olive to be useful for the farmer to increase his income, and also to the forest, and our many associations are interested to improve the situation of the forest in Jordan, rehabilitation, reforestation, and to avoid the effect of the climate change and or to acclimatization of this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salam. Dr. Tazi.
Okay, if you ask me on a global scale, I believe that humanity is going through various stages. It used to be a total ecological way of farming, either in Jordan or in Greece or in wherever. Then we moved to intensification and monocultures. And I think right now we're realizing, some countries more and some countries less, that we cannot continue doing this and that we have to go back and adopt or modernize or just do whatever we can, but take the back examples and apply them for the future, because we have no other option. So as I said, I see it also in Europe. I mean, for example, Greece is a totally agroforestry in one sense. Why? Because we don't have these intensive plateaus like France, like Germany. We're a mountainous country, so we cannot be intensive. France has gone, and Italy, I think, has gone through this intensification many years ago, in the decades of, I think, 80s was the peak, okay? And now they're moving back to this more ecological way of management. In Greece, we are back in this case, and we are now realizing that we have to stop this monoculture, at least in these few plateaus we have, and start adopting again ecologically based management options. And so I think this is something, and we are also at the edge of the ecosystems. I think we are also being threatened about climate change and desertification. It's not only you, not so much in central Greece, but also in some southern part of our country. So to conclude, I think we're just realizing that we have to take some measures, and I think that any type of ecologically based management is the only option maybe that we have to take. And I think that this is also going to come also to Jordan. You see, you said that we are realizing and we have problems. I think you are also getting there. We are also getting there. We may be behind, like, as I said, France. France is a very agroforestry type adopting measures country, but we are getting there because, as I said, we have no other options.
Thank you. استفسارات أو اوكي دكتورة سعيدة إذا بتسمح لنا راح
Please, we are going to give the floor to my colleague Khaled Khawalda from the Qadisiyya Association. In this session or in this today and the day before, we have benefited a lot and learned a lot of enriched information and amazing technologies, and it is an added value for us. But what concerns me as part of the affected local community, and I am an activist, maybe these knowledges and technologies should be disseminated to public and also for the youngsters and the grassroots or the new farmers. So that we can be on the same page. The question, especially for the NARC, the question is targeted to NARC. What is your future plan in order to reach out to the maximum number of farmers and the people who are interested? And I know it is targeted in the north and the middle part of the kingdom, but the question maybe, is there a plan to conduct trainings or workshops in other governorates? Are you part of the Ministry of Agriculture as well? These are the questions. I'm not fully aware about it, but I didn't see many representatives from Ministry of Agriculture or specialists from Ministry of Agriculture and also other directorates in this kind of meeting, and you know better than me. Do you think that the agricultural councillors or experts, are they participating, are they integrated or involved or not? The other question, we trying to be good in English, but also sometimes the language barrier. I think that the presentations were in English. So for me, at least personally, it was really very hard to follow this, in English. Maybe we can have translated version of these presentations so we can translate the English literature to Arabic. And most of important information was in English, so maybe you can have it or translate the content or the material to Arabic. So also because sometimes farmers or they are not well educated in English, or sometimes so I think that we need more to provide Arabic language also in the platform, because it is the language of the end users or the main beneficiaries. Thank you so much. And regarding to the technical part, we are talking about pastures or grazed woodlands. Unfortunately, there are a lot of topics and initiatives for improving. I'm sorry. Pastures, like most of Jordan is pastures, and the historical part is like grazing or pasturing. I think that these projects and innovations, and I am as a part of the local community, I think that we need forestry. Forestry is very important, and maybe we can find, in Arabic, with the say. For example, we need to protect. We need to protect and preserve the forest, but in a specific way, so that why not, or to overprotect. The protection will do harm as well. If you allow me. Like you already mentioned, the three recommendations or four recommendations, we are going to reply, but we also, the first question, can you give us other question, please? All of these were like comments and feedbacks, but you only had one question. Just give you 1 minute more because you only raise one question and the others are feedback and daily comments. These projects and all of these environmental projects, and I think that we need to have it have impact, social, environmental, cultural impact studies. Even the environmental projects should contain social aspects and the impact because all of these even carbonization or carbon treatment will affect the culture, will affect the social, will affect the economic part. So it is not about the environmental impact. Thank you so much. Salam, please can you answer? Thank you so much for these kind questions and like comments. You know, the NARC, National Agriculture Research Center, this is the research arm for Ministry of Agriculture, and we implement application applied researches, and we are really very open to communicate with the private sector, public sector, farmers, and our overarching goal is new farmers and also applied technologies and transfer the knowledge by different channels and also communicate, participate and coordinate with the Ministry of Agriculture, the reforestation, the Grazed Woodlands and the other partners and stakeholders and also Ministry of Environment. But you know, some times or some reasons beyond our circumstances, we try to invite as much as possible of people who are interested, and also through the field visits that we have already conducted, or to the farmers. And also the activities. Our counselors were there with us in order to have a look at the innovations. We have information sharing. We are not just lecturing or giving our point of view. Farmers sometimes have top-notch technologies or new ideas, and through the innovation incubator, sometimes we have like till now 40 person from the private sector and also the local communities have signed mutual agreements of innovation. So we have we are fully open to communicate and coordinate and partnership with others, and also we have a new technologies and we are trying to transfer it. And also we have some specialists in olive tree planting, vegetation, vegetables, animal production. We have full cooperation and partnership. It is based on the overarching goal of the project and also the limitation of the budget. So based on the activities, we are trying to reach our goals. Some of the topics or subjects are out of the scheme of our project, but the other EU projects might cover environmental issues or social issues, and hopefully that we can implement the recommendations that you have already mentioned regarding to the environmental impact. Of course, it needs separate independent evaluation regarding to the social, cultural, environmental impact and other reforestation or other harmful individual practices. And we need to have evaluation and based on the reality, and also our the climate change problem in Jordan is different than the problem in Greece, but mainly we have the same common challenges. So what applies in Jordan might not apply in Greece or Italy. So we are trying to be realistic. And we will not copy paste. We just take the idea and try to harmonize it with the context in Jordan based on evidences and also positive results that have been shown in the other similar projects applied in the targeted countries. Regarding to the platform, we are trying to have the Arabic version. There is already, we are taking into consideration the Arabic version, but it might take time because the platform is still under maintenance and under improvement. Thank you so much for this clarification. Dr. Anastasia, please, the floor is yours.
About the pastures, no, it's not about pastures. Pastures is a specific type of grazing land. We're talking about the lands that they also have the presence of a woody component. So depending on the dense of the woody component, they can be characterized as forested areas being grazed or forest lands grazed. Okay?
دكتور أسعد تفضل.
Thank you. I think this project, Living Agro, is a very important project because it takes into account the cooperation between different countries of the Mediterranean. But the question is about after the end of the project, which is about 4 years and will be end in 2023. How we can guarantee that the living labs will still live after the end of the project? How we can make them sustainable after the end of the project? And this is the problems of all the projects after the end of the projects, but how we can sustain these projects. And thank you.
Thank you for this question. This, as you say, is the big challenge of all projects. In fact, the European community expects specific actions to be taken to ensure life after the end of the project, the sustainability of the project after its life. The project is built upon the creation of the network. So the network contact, the creation of the communities and the awareness raising that occurs within the living labs is expected to last beyond the end of the project. So the network of community, in my view, and the availability of the tool of the ICT platform through as a virtual tool, because the field trials will no longer be able to be taken, or the field visits, but the knowledge created and the contribution of different people to the knowledge on the platform, or the memorandum of understandings that are being signed in these years with communities and with associations that go beyond, they don't have a deadline with the project, I think are the answers. We are writing research agreements. The project foresees 4 research agreements, but we will sign more. It foresees the signing of partnership agreements. It foresees also the creation of this of these agreements called a memorandum of understanding with associations. One has been signed with the women associations, owners of farmers, and we will try to bring that one ahead. We have learned about this new association today, and they are exactly the targets of this project. Putting together the research component with people representing farmers' associations and creating long-lasting relationships, I think is the way to ensure life after the end of the project. This is the only way. Raising community awareness, talking about grazed woodlands, it's a way to preserve them. Even we're not pushing for grazing in forests, we are just talking of the importance of combining trees where animals graze, even bringing trees into pasture land, so creating more complex ecosystems. So awareness raising is something that has no end, let's say. As one of your colleagues was saying, we've been talking of permaculture for the last maybe 40, 50 years. We're still talking about it. So it's no project. It's something that is going on. And we think that agroforestry as a concept, like permaculture, like other types, is a seed that needs to be sown and that will go ahead. If farmers see
that our field trials have an advantage in terms of economy, in terms of ecology, then they will adopt the same because his neighbor has been successful. So it's creating good practices, best cases, disseminating knowledge about this. I think the knowledge is the best investment, and sharing this knowledge is the best investment. I'm not sure whether we will be successful, but this is what we're trying to do, building networks and sharing knowledge. And we hope that despite we will not be able to do field trials or field pilots anymore, people will engage into this because they think it's successful and beneficial from all points of view.
Thank you, دكتورة. أي أسئلة، استفسارات؟ تفضل سيدي.
Thank you, Doctor. Do you have any questions or remarks?
Hello, my name is Ahmed Attur. I'm a civil engineer student, architecture student, sorry. As we know in Jordan, we have 4 regions. We are split in 4 regions. The first is the mountains region and the Jordan Valley region and the steppe region and the Hamada region, okay? And when we're talking about Hamada region, it has the biggest size, 89% of it is a desert. And based on this, we are saying that the land for agriculture is very low, very little, and including Amman, of course, the capital, which was supposed to be a land for agriculture, and instead of being protected for the green spaces and agricultural lands, it be turned into cement forests, as they say, and our green lands are very low. So what, my question is, what are the policies that we might suggest so we can preserve from the things that are already there, are still present, and how we have 89% of desert, the percentage of desert in Jordan, so how can we rehabilitate it and make it into proper lands for agriculture, so we have more land for agriculture and a better economy for food, better food economy. Thank you. The question was for the policies within Jordan. So we would like to listen to more than one opinion, which is not from the way of having interventions in the agriculture policies in Jordan, but it's just for having opinions in general for the question that you posed to us. So we will have more than one answer. We'll have 3 answers that we will provide to you. The first will be from Dr. Ihab. It's true that this concern is very serious, and it's in most countries. In Lebanon, we have a lot of aggression against lands and grazing lands, and there has to be laws that protect it. So I request that we should have more remote sensors and technologies, and technology where we can monitor that where it can see the horizon on how it can improve, how we can improve these lands, so we have better plans in the future built on solid bases from the geography itself of the country and how the community is evolving, and there has to be a plan, correct, and this plan should be on not less than 25 to 50 years, and how lands are going to be developed, how we can use it better. Sadly, we don't have it in Lebanon. I'm not quite sure about Jordan, but for us in Lebanon, the plans for arranging planning in general for cities, not just agricultural lands, we lack it. We don't have it, and this creates problems and suffocates the society.
Yes, I thank Ihab for this answer. In Sardinia, I can bring the example of our situation. We have faced the changes in land use that most of Southern European lands have suffered, and we understood that planning at different levels is the answer. Dr. Ihab has said that planning has to be informed. So we need data monitoring to inform policymakers. And then policymakers have to provide plans at 3 levels. The regional level, very large scale level, the territorial level, let's say district area, and then at the local level. In Italy, the recent regional national forest law foresees these 3 levels. There is a national forest plan, and there are 3 types of planning: the regional, the local, the territorial scale, and the local. All these 3 elements are fundamental. One, because it defines the general rules for the region, the methodologies for planning, and identifies the major, describes the major types of environments to protect. At the territorial level, it is important to define the vocations of the different areas and what communities that need to participate to the planning can expect from their territory, because they are the other ones that know the traditional uses and how people along history used those territories. And then there is the very local scale, the farm scale. We call it particular plan, where we give exactly the rules in 10 years of what can and cannot be done. So in a long scale perspective, planning is the answer. If in 1950, I guess, or 1920, when Amman was a much smaller city, somebody from the government had said, this is an area for agriculture and this is the area for building, we would not have had the whole of Amman area covered with buildings as with a concrete forest, as you mentioned. So policy making and planning is very important at all levels, and to do that it needs to be informed by scientists that give data on what's there and what is valuable to conserve. And we're facing the same thing all over the Mediterranean. We have buildings where we didn't think we wanted them, and we're trying to plan now to restore or to give back to each vocation of the territory what it deserves through the actions foreseen in these long-term plans.
Thank you, but allow us to continue the answer, and of course we'll come back to you, Doctor. Thank you for the question. This is a problem, an old new problem and a continuous problem. So for lands and the period of ownership and dissertation and building in all lands. So this is all, it's very difficult to limit it or control it. For example, we have the law of using lands that chooses whether the land will be used for agriculture or building. So here we're talking also about food security. With farming, we provide food security, and forests until now they are the sizes of forests are retracting, and we have lower sizes over years. And for example, in Amman, in capital, in the city, we don't have places, green places to even have walks or strolls. We're not just talking about farming here or producing wheat or producing food, at least having spaces or a limitation of these cement forests, and we would have parks, green parks for people to walk in. It has relation for the planning and city planning, but increasing numbers of populations was all against working against the farming land. So the sizes for farming here in Jordan are retracting in very large sizes. So we'll not have any lands that can be used to plant wheat, for example, in the coming few years. So sadly, we need plans to protect it. So also in West Jordan, we need very important laws. For example, near the Dead Sea, we need laws that serve the food security there and farming there. So these are all considered policies, and decision makers, of course, are stakeholders with this matter. But we also have We have economical sides and economical local communities for protecting the environment. A lot of entities that are interested in this matter and try to lower especially the reduction size of forests and increasing the sizes of forests and lowering the deforestation and cutting woods. And we have a lot of achievements that have been done by the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Agriculture in this sector. And we hope to reach a level or a phase where we would not increase, or we would stop desertation, and we would stop the extra building of buildings and cement buildings against farmlands. This is my opinion. God bless you all. Thank you for your question. It's a very important question. And Dr. Salam said most of my ideas, the things that I was thinking about, but this should be discussed on the highest levels in the country. And the decision makers in the country to actually implement a law for the consumption of land. So we have countries next to Jordan would not build or farm unless they have the proper legislation. There would be a committee from the Ministry of Interior Affairs and Agriculture and Development and the designated ministries, and we'll see if this project, whether it's sustainable, is it profitable, is it not, is it the targeted area, what is the target of building it in this area, especially for Roma, by the way. They would for Roma they would prefer Jordanian wheat to make spaghetti. So Jordan is importing wheat and so we had a food basket in the south of Jordan and the north of Jordan, sorry, for creating wheat or planting wheat, sorry, and but now it's all turning to projects for olives and almonds and other different types of projects. Is this correct? Who directs the farmer towards these kinds of crops and these kinds of trees? Who tells the farmer that you are what you're doing is right, what you're doing is not right? So Jordan has the lowest amounts of water, but we export water even. Don't we export watermelons and melons to Gulf countries? But the water content in tomatoes is what, 90%? So then the 1 ton of tomatoes has 900 kilograms of water. So this has to be discussed on the highest levels between decision makers, because it's a strategic matter for the entire nation. So one of the past years, Jordan didn't have any seeds in the land, or didn't have any way for land to didn't have any seeds to plant wheat. So until our Syrian brothers gave us these crops to plant them. So this is actually affects our food security. Thank you. If you'd allow me to clarify a certain point, an important point is that currently in the Ministry of Agriculture, we have the national plan, the agricultural national plan, and a huge part of it have been produced, and we can go to the website of the Ministry of Agriculture and check and read more about these policies. And one of the national plans is a part of pastures and forests and anything related to grazed woodlands, grazed areas, and also the modern vision for economy in Jordan had a lot of important outputs in this sector, even though there were sanctions and hurdles for working, for continuing work, because there was a clarification for this vision, and in the end, it's all political matters that go in the agriculture sector, of course, but the main factor that affects it is having low low rainfalls in Jordan, and frustration between the ranges of waterfall in Jordan, raining in Jordan, where it would not allow us to commit to the plan that is present. We will move now. We have two entities. We have the question of Dr. Ahmed and Sister here. Okay, please go ahead. Hello. My question is, will take us towards the refugees speaking English. الأردن لديها أعلى نسبة من
land use. سؤالي يعني why do we don't adapt engaging the refugees in the restoration process لأنه everyone wants to have a good tree. We have many refugees camps, the Syrian refugees before the Palestinian refugees, and they are in some fertile lands even. So we don't have a pilot-like project where we engage the refugees in the restoration project. Even the highest percentage of refugees are in Jordan. Stress in the infrastructure, stress in the water, stress in the land use. So how can we or how we can adapt a living lab or any methodology by engaging the refugees in the restoration project, collecting the seeds, propagating the seedlings, and do some projects to Jordan.
Dr. Sarah?
Dr. Sarah?
I think as the women of the association I spoke with on the first day on the brokerage event of olive farmers owned by women, they said we are a huge resource because we have knowledge, we have patience, and we are willing to collaborate in field trials. I guess I have no knowledge of the refugee situation. I know it's a huge dimensions here in Jordan, as it is also in Lebanon. I think that the key word, as you said, is engagement through actions to be taken together. It's a delicate topic which I'm not aware of, so maybe I should leave the floor to a more local partner, but they are stakeholders, they are communities, they are people that could be a target of our efforts for restoration projects, for example. So if we decide that an association that represents refugees can be is interested in being part of the Living Lab, maybe it could be the beginning of a two-flow dialogue, and maybe the beginning for a shared project. So involvement through participatory approaches, I guess, would be the answer. I'm not sure whether the lifespan of Living Agro. I leave the floor to Jordanian partner. Yes.
شكرا على
Thank you for the question, Engineer Enham Abadi. Thank you for the question. What you're saying is absolutely correct. We need to have our local communities and especially refugee communities taking part in the work in Jordan, and especially projects for grazing lands. So we should have even expanded projects for grazing lands in all areas and in all regions in Jordan. And when we have the willpower and we have initiatives, national initiatives in this sector and this matter, we may have the refugees integrated in this work, in this job, and they will, and of course directly we will empower them, empower their income, increase their income, and we will support and increase the process of having more green lands on a national level. So this project is a bit outside of the range of the project that we're working on. We don't want to work on a very wide sector, on a very there is collaboration from local communities and local entities, but we're talking about on a national level. We're talking about a project that is very big and needs a lot of effort from the Ministry of Agriculture or the Ministry of Environment even, and also the private sector and any eco-friendly communities. So it's a great idea, and there should be a serious work with it where we reach a level where we would have a sort of, we actually do have a need to have such activities on a national level. And thank you. May I clarify another point with for this topic? The Jordanian government gave great attention for the refugee matter in general through researching or through searching for proper living ways for them and providing job opportunities for them. And currently in the Ministry of Agriculture in Jordan, there is a project called Madad. It's in cooperation with FAO, and we organize a lot. They organize a lot of programs on the level of farmers on the level of Jordan and national level. And one of it's mandatory to have refugee workers there to provide good living circumstances for them easily. Dr. Ahmed Shraide, you requested half a minute. We will give you a whole minute. Please go ahead. God bless you all. Honestly, I'm from Irbid, and I've lived in Irbid all my life, and Irbid is my government. It's my hometown, and I want to come from. I did not study environment or agriculture. I'm an archaeologist. I'm coming from an archaeologist background. I'm going to tell you that I know that the Huran field that is from Damascus until Jarash, it was all for the Romanian Empire. So the royal Roman Empire, 14 million, they would eat from us, from our field, the northern field of Jordan and the south region of Syria. So I follow through remote sensing. I see the satellite imagery and I compare between the 90s and the 80s and currently in the 2020s. I cry. I honestly cry because all of these fields called Horan that fed the entirety of the Romanian Empire. It's now it's all made of cement. So the Jordanian civilian wouldn't want to build houses except on red land, red soil, and maybe all the agriculture engineers know that building houses on red soil has problems for architectures. So they will leave rock lands and will build houses in red soil lands. Do you know where the problem is? The problem is with the elections. So how the elections? We have a law called the law of the usage of lands. Please give me 30 seconds. We have a law of the usage of lands. It's forbidden to build in any land that has less than 70% of but the head of the municipality will allow them to build it in return for votes. This is what happens sadly. So we have laws, but we need implementation. And thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Do you have any other questions or inquiries? He presented information. Okay, please go ahead, Doctor. I would like to add my voice to your voice, and I stand with you. But the problem is more on a social level. There should be raising awareness, social awareness, for our local communities to take more part in maintaining the ecosystems, and so they themselves can preserve their areas. And not having enough knowledge and enough awareness is leading to these problems. So we ourselves are assaulting our environment, our eco-environment, and this needs raising awareness on a level of on a local level in the local communities. Any other questions? Engineer Sami, please go ahead. God bless you all. In the past days, our work with you as farmers was for improvement and not it wasn't initiative. So how can we come with new initiatives and add it to our labs? Thank you. Engineer Sami, could you please clarify the question that you have? Because as I understood, your question is, are scientific initiatives, how can we have them, how can we have more valued initiatives? My goal as a farmer, I have initiatives that I would like to give through your program. So let us hear something that a farmer wants to present to the program. The method for communication with the management of the project to give their idea and their initiative for the farmer. Okay, Dr. Peter. Through our platform, of course, through our website, you can communicate with us, or directly through Dr. Salam, because he is the head of the project in Jordan, and through me, and he can visit you, do a field visit for you, and see your idea and your initiative, and we'll see how we can implement it on a wider way. Of course, just like my Mr. Peter said, there is a way for us within the project in the coming time, within 2 months, we might have 3 field visits with the participation of agriculture consultants and the CSOs, and for any place or any person that has any ideas, new ideas or initiatives. So as a farmer, you can tell us about all of these ideas, and we could do a field trip, a field visit, and exchange this information and exchange knowledge for farmers or even not farmers or even universities, we should all work as a team, and as soon as possible, of course. There could possibly be an activity where we could cooperate with you through the project. Yes, of course. And thank you. Any other inquiries or questions? Please go ahead. What I want to ask is regarding the project or for the farmers in the entire Arab world in general. There is a high percentage that don't know on how to create water efficiency in their farms and their lands, and what are the things that they could merge with their strategies to save water. And maybe could you discuss these points or raise awareness for the farmers on how to, for example, how to use grey water systems and other water systems and things like that? Thank you. I am not a part of the project. I'm here to present the innovative ideas, but the idea of the project in general includes agroforestry and olive trees and being a part of the environment within these sectors. So what you just said is the specialization of other projects, I believe, other types of projects, which is more focused on the usage of water for farmers and the quality of water usage for the farmer, and how can we raise it and how can we teach them to have better production for using water, because we're not just talking about we're talking about the productivity of water, and this is a very important topic. Of course, it could be included in other projects, I can imagine. I will leave the answer to the other people who are heads of the project to talk about it. Dr. Peter? Just like Dr. Ihab said, I don't have anything to add. It's simply that this project is for agroforestry, for olive trees and grazed woodlands. So anything related to this matter within these 2 points, we can work on it and we can have development in it. But other than that, we can't do anything so the projects will not overlap. But I would like to also add that it's not we are not working directly on this matter with the project, but as a national research center for agriculture. Of course, there might be a training and always that you are talking about the topics that you talked about, and we have a lot of information that is available for the topics that you mentioned with cooperation, and any information or any piece of knowledge from any specialists and researchers on how to use water and how to water plants and all of these matters, we have it in the research center, and we are ready to provide any piece of information or even field visits to the site and cooperate with any person who requires who has any problem or has any inquiries to solve it.
The question on water usage, there is another project, it's called Hydrusha, and it's a project that is led by the National Technical University of Athens, and they are doing exactly that. They're using treated water, grey water, and after some treatment, they're applying it to an agroforestry system. And because I have been involved in some part of this project, the results are really amazing. So you can check the website of the project. It's Hydrusha, and you can get some ideas from there.
I would also like to tell you that there is a project with Dr. Naim Mazahre from Mars that he's taking part of it. It's called Aquant. It's a premium project and we're currently working on it, but there are numerous projects and there are even projects that have been finished. One of them is one of the biggest projects like ARWA and other projects, and you can view them all. Any questions, inquiries for the project, about the project? All right, then. In the end, I would like to thank you all for your participation, and again, on behalf of me and the family of the National Research Center for Agriculture purposes, we welcome all the lecturers and all the specialists and all the participants from Italy, from Lebanon, from Greece, for the very important information that they provided with us. And if you would allow us to give the last word with the organizer of the project, Dr. Sarah, if she has anything to add.
Thank you. First of all, I appreciate this, and I thank you all on behalf of one of the organizing agency, together with NAC Forestas. We are very privileged to be the organizers of these type of events, because we learn a lot from them, and this cross-border environment is really challenging to learn about the news of all these different countries that share these common threats. I was particularly grateful to receive, to listen to your questions from all, specifically from when I saw youth and women participating and asking. And I just want to say that this is not the last opportunity for you to ask us questions or to interact with us, because through the platform, despite it's still in progress, you will find the link to the forum, to the Ask a Question section, to some news, and so to attend to new events. And so please keep in touch with us, especially the associations that have spoken today, or the representatives of private farms, because the community and the private sector is one of our main targets. So we want to really go out of the research labs into the field and with the people. So should you want to keep us informed or keep in contact with us, really log on to the platform, and you will know about the other initiatives that the project will do until 2023, and the way that we will try to make it living beyond the end of the project. So on behalf of Forestas, thank you very much for your hospitality and participation.
If you would allow us another word with Dr. Salam Ayoub, the organizer of the project in Jordan. Thank you, Dr. Murad, and on my behalf and on the behalf of His Excellency, the General Manager Nizar Haddad, Dr. Nizar Haddad, I thank you all for your participation and active participation. And we had a lot of discussions, positive discussions, and exchanging knowledge and information. We thank you all again, the participants. Today, you made us very happy. We were very happy in being present with you. And I also thank all the speakers, whether they were our colleagues, our colleague researchers from Italy and from Greece, or from Lebanon, as well as Jordan, of course. There was a lot of positive interaction, and most of the lectures and the initiatives were very valuable and need to be adopted if they were adoptable in our region. And in the future, we will have more meetings. Maybe in 2 months, we are going to have more workshops related with olives and woodlands in February and March, I expect, as well as other activities related for field trips and places in Jordan for exceptional farms with the participation of the local community. And just like Dr. Sarah said, that the platform is present and it's developing step by step. It will have more information in the future with all languages, especially in Arabic as well. And in the end, I thank you all again for being here, and God bless you all, and we hope to meet again soon in future workshops. If you'd allow us, we would like to take a picture with all our participants before we head home, before we finish the workshop. And God bless you all, and thank you all very much.